the drama unfolding on Westfield. It's lucky probably reloading HG at this point. The Panther, he doesn't have any boots remaining, but he gets the shot. And now the Clueless guys are showing.
You can dispraise me and you can condemn me for everything that brings me spark in my life. I was ashamed of my morals and principles, tried to achieve my own goals, choose my path.
We are not monsters, we are different believers we play. We are not monsters, we are the best in the game.
Well, hello there, and welcome back for the day 2 of the Onslaught Legends Series. It is a pleasure once again to be joined on the stream by wonderful Dakilza. How are you doing?
I am doing great, Gihan. The more time I get to spend with you, the more I contemplate my decision to cast these kind of tournaments. But outside of that, the first day
start off like that, eh?
that was like in the, when you're like in the middle of the road, Gihan, and you're like, you're not sure if you want to go left or right, and you're like, let's go right, let's go right.
So the devil on the shoulder one, I see how it is.
That is indeed the way, but tokens, Gihan. Today again, 4 tokens available towards the token store that you can find in-game. Pretty important for people, right?
Yes, pretty important for people. There's a ton of rewards there, starting off with, I think, big consumables. Those are the smallest kind of packs for watching, for example, today's stream. But if I were you, personally, I would save it. Because you can see here every Tuesday, every Thursday for the coming 5 weeks, plus the Sundays during the last 3 weeks. We'll have a lot of tokens, and they all contribute towards the token store. And I think the best kind of stuff you can get in there is not only very cool looking styles, for example, for the Charfutur. You can also get premium tanks that so far haven't been available that often. I think some of them were even introduced during last year's Holiday Ops event. That being said, playdays, we are on the second day of 13. Today is Tuesday, the 12th of September, and this means that today, once again, we are going to be seeing 4 EU matches. All of them are going to be a best of 5. And Ducky, if anything, I was going to say yesterday, if 2 days ago is anything to go by, then we might be in for some upsets.
We might be looking at more upsets to come, but we've only had one so far. Salyanka, I was able to take down Hit and Run. They put up a really, really good showing. Hit and Run, not quite that convincing. And for them, it's really a look for their form. Don't know where they lost it, but they have to find it again.
Yeah, as we transition in towards the standings currently, and you were already touching on it, like going from the bottom, Conquest down there with a 0-3 against Cashback. Then again, they were never really expected to win against Cashback realistically. But then on place 7, we do have Hit and Run, and that was, we have to say, for the expectations that most people have for Hit and Run, quite a bit disappointing against Salyanka. Then Clueless and W with their 1-3 and 2-3 defeats respectively. And then on the upper half of the scoreboard, Mafia being on place number 4, Storm, the EU first seed for China, only on place 3 currently, but a tied place 2-3 together with Salyanka. And then current champion Cashback because of their clean win against Conquest on Tuesday.
Yeah, Cashback did what they were expected to do. Takes a clean victory. They look today to find themselves on 6 points, leading the pack if they're able to take down W. But later on, the prize pool, Kihan, updated even a little bit more than last time we looked at it, now at 53,556 euros.
That is quite a lot of money, and it'll be distributed amongst the first 4 of the Onslaught Legends Series. The first one actually taking a whopping half of the prize pool, second one taking a quarter, and then place number 3 and 4. I mean, can you say consolation prize when this much money is on the line? Probably not. And then also on the 3 Sundays that we mentioned, we have the OLF. That's the Onslaught Legends Finals for NA. We also have prize pool for those. The first one there is going to take $10,000. The second one is going to take 5,000. And obviously all the prizing positions come with a heap of in-game gold and bonds.
Yes, which many of us need, unless your name is Kihan, of course.
I always need more.
Yeah. And for promotional reasons, you need to open 3 million Christmas boxes.
That's a low estimate, but yes, that is the exact reason. But
he
yeah,
was testing the mechanic and the animation.
Yes. I was checking that it was absolutely foolproof. That being said, times of the matches for today. So we're gonna start off with Storm versus Conquest. We're gonna hop into Clueless versus Salyanka after. Mafia versus Hit and Run, I think, might be quite the banger. And we're gonna finish off with Cashback versus W. So the current first year are going up against a team that is quite the mystery box at times.
Yeah. We're not sure what to expect from them, but maybe today is their day, Kian. We adjusted the times a little bit compared to last time I saw to hopefully be on schedule. But here is Storm. You may notice DJ and Mineros have the same kind of picture. That's because they were both in China together. So they already know each other decently. And opposite teams, I think, at the time, but know each other very well. And this Storm lineup is doing what it was supposed to do. They are trying to prove, I think, that they are not a one-hit wonder, Kihan, that they didn't just magically win one tournament and that's where it ends, because sometimes that's possible. And for Conquest, I think the storyline is here a team that wants to prove themselves not to just be a feeder team, as you want to call it that way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Conquest on day 1, they had the 3-0 defeat. And now, I mean, they have to go up against Storm. It's not going to get easier for them. And oof. Yeah, community predictions, Crystal Bowl and 8 Ball say Storm is going to win.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. 98. Okay.
It's pretty harsh.
I mean, 99 would have been more realistic, but... you know, Conquest getting 2%. Okay. I mean, honestly, it is what it is. Like, you have to earn the community's prediction in your favor. And so far, they haven't. I think that's just the way it is.
Yeah. I mean, that being said, Conquest, they have everything to win. Like, if they lose here today, then, you know, it was kind of expected. That being said, we collected some player statistics from the day 1 with some players to watch out for. And so Jacob, actually, coming in for Storm with, well, not the best of KDs, so he wasn't playing for the team, but he was definitely playing for the damage here. Almost 4.6k DPG, and in 7v7 comp, that is quite a lot, even with the boosted HP pools. 94% pen rate, so when that guy shoots, he does pen. And obviously, the tanks that he has played so far is something like CS, BZ, Foshby. So not a light tank player, but definitely a damage dealer.
He's been very good. 4.5k average damage, not bad whatsoever. The Foshby is also one of the most important tanks in the team. We saw, I think, already some mistakes in Foshbys, but we've also seen some brilliant plays in Foshbys in Onslaught. That this is the kind of tank that can make or break a team, both in a good and a bad way. It can die very quickly if not played correctly, but it can also be almost an unkillable fortress when somebody with high awareness is on that tank.
All right, now map pick and bans once again. Today everything is going to be best of 5, so the matches are going to be rather quick affairs here. We're going to start off on Pilsen. We did see that in day 1 quite a lot. Then Airfield. We didn't see that one at all. Headed in towards a possible Ghost Town tiebreaker. So Pilsen, Airfield, how many chances do you think that Conquest realistically have?
I made 3-2. I don't know why. My feeling. Sometimes, Gihan, you know, you have this feeling and you're like, This could be it. You know, it's gonna be a long 5 weeks. There's gonna be a lot of interesting predictions. You want to, play a little bit of the underdog story out potentially, and that Conquest gets 2 rounds. You're going for 3-1. Surprised you didn't say 3-0.
I was like, do I go 3-0? Do I go 3-1? And since Conquest lost 3-0 on day 1, I was going to be like, yeah, they're going to get around at least here. That being said, Pilsen, and in general, we've seen a lot of TDs. Let's see how this will hold true now. Storm coming into this one with one singular 277, a Batchat 25T, the Minotauro being played. That's a tank we haven't seen so far, together with a 2684, an E3, an E4, and a Rheinmetall. So once again, a lot of TDs.
A lot of TDs on either side, really, because Conquest is also bringing a VZ TD, 5 to 6 V4s. No, sorry, can I count? Yes, 5 to 6 V4s and a 277.
Yeah, so for those people unfamiliar, the WZTD obviously does get the Juggernaut ability as well, so damage taken reduction, and I think a huge reason of why it's getting picked is that it's able to negate a lot of the armor that enemy tanks have with that 395 heat pen. Also, the Juggernaut ability does give you, obviously, that mobility advantage that you can use at the start of the game. That being said, though, obviously, Lucan getting a lot of information here right at the start. So the jig is already up, and it hasn't even begun here. Conquest, they are all in with this move, and those 2684s, they're taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Lali starting to take the artillery strike.
Taking the artillery strike to try and deny the Team of Storm to do that, but Danashka takes a truckload of damage. They do deny the strike, but Kihan, was that worth it?
Was it worth it? That's indeed the question. The HP advantage that Conquest had, it's completely gone here. 1,500 HP. That being said, they're in the cap. 8 seconds remaining on that one. So Storm, they do need to come in with those resets. Not sure if they'll be able to. 2 seconds.
They tracked him! They tracked him!
With the
they got it!
Oh my goodness, Conquest with the stunning victory. And yes, in case you were wondering, with the Juggernaut, the problem is your track HP goes down to 1, so basically
Yuzek.
Every single shot will track you.
I think that was a mistake from Yuzek, no?
Yeah?
I think you have to swing the corner first, accept whatever initial damage you take, and then activate ability. Of course, this is the perfect world, but you know it, I know it, we know it. Juggernaut
Everybody
ability.
knows.
A Juggernaut ability, indeed. One shot is track off, so I mean, these teams, they should be playing enough Onslaught at this point as well that somebody's going to say, just track him.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, yeah, we do see the damage numbers here. Not that they do matter a whole lot. And Danachka is going to take a whole lot of, I guess.
Top damage. Congratulations to Danachka.
Oh, wow.
Really putting his team across the line there with that 671 damage. But Danny as well, 645.
And they're going to be like, yo,
yeah.
3 people on our team with 0 damage, and we had to carry them all, man. It was like...
Looked like a random battle at that point.
But yeah, Conquest, I think, surprising everyone here, except maybe themselves, because maybe those guys were the only ones, once again, voting for themselves in the prediction game. But yeah, Conquest 1-0, and yeah, no all-kill cap. Good job.
I can tell you, if they all voted for themselves again, Lali did, Danny did, Oleg did, YOLO did, and I think that's where it ended.
Yeah. All right. Nevertheless, though, Conquest...
If you're Storm, you're not happy with that, because that's a free round.
Absolutely not. No.
With Danashka taking all that damage and 3 times being locked on the strike, if you get a reset there... Did they ever take the field strike?
I don't think so. And I think that's actually a failure on Minairos' part, because he was clipping out
there was
into
a light
V4s.
on the field as well, though.
Yeah, so Lucan and Minairos were, I think, pouring in damage from the field, but like with 1.26, there was an RT strike added on the field. So if they take that, they have easy resets.
It should be priority.
Yes. I mean, maybe not for the batchup, but the light definitely should, instead of dealing damage, just take the strike, and then... Because that's exactly why the strike is there, right? So you can deny cap, but if you don't take it, you can obviously not strike. So Storm are indeed going to be kicking themselves, and at least for them, they have to hope that this doesn't leave too much of a dent in their in their confidence. And
There goes
Conquest,
Jacob's DPG, man.
minus DPG. Unlucky.
Like straight up minus DPG. No, kind of
I mean,
funny.
he was still second by damage in his team. We don't talk about the fact that he had 1k, but yeah.
I mean, it's all good though if you think about it. For them, they are probably a bit unhappy about that. But last Tuesday, they had a false start as well, Kian, if you remember, against was it literally Clueless?
Yeah, it was against Clueless on El Khalouf. They lost the first round and then won the next 3. So maybe warm-up round here. But yeah, Conquest have shown that, you know, if you give them an opening, maybe if you make a mistake or two, then they will be there to explode those immediately. Although you have to wonder, like, all-in strategies like Conquest just showed us, those kind of signal that you're not confident to play the long game. In my opinion, at least. So yeah, maybe they're respecting Storm.
In hindsight, their strategy worked perfectly, though. Take the strike and deny them from resetting. So for that, it worked out perfectly, and they're not really changing much. 5-2-6-54s and an EX and a 2-7-7 for them.
Yeah, and for Storm, we do have, once again, Lukin in the RHM. We have an E4, an E3, a V4. Minotauro once again getting played by Sir Jacob. Minaris playing the Batchat and the 277. So realistically, not too much is changing here by either team. The big fact, though, Conquest is bringing the Inspire Medium. And we did see on Tuesday how impactful that one can be.
The Inspire Medium can be very impactful, but can also explode very easily. That's the downside of it. The AX doesn't bring any armor in a battle like this. A really good plane there in the beginning from Lucan, spotting all 7 from Conquest, who seem to have a pretty similar storyline as round number 1. Again, very middle orientated. Tanashka this time not going to be forced to go towards the strike. Lali actually just driving straight in, taking 1.2 to the face. Immediately, he's going to be going for that arty strike together with Radim, who also takes a shot of damage. And this time around, only double cap pressure on immediately. Oleg and Dani actually going through. They're not playing the cap this time around.
Not this time, and I think for Jordan, the time has come to leave here. He might get rushed by a triple TD plus AX. They are choosing to turn around, however, and they're going to focus on towards Yuzek, probably going to be accepting the damage from that V4 that doesn't have the greatest of DPMs. I think Sir Jacob just went on the long reload, and Radim needs to be careful. 630 HP and a dream for him. A strike does come in, however, and Sir Jacob is very, very low.
So Jacob very low, but Radim not doing much better on 300. Mineros gets the first kill. They find Sir Jacob in the Minotauro though, but this push through from Conquest loses not 1 but 2 of their members. Tanashka and Radim already out. The 277 of Lali having no much better fate and luck in this one, as Oleg is trying to block Yuzek, but this push through from Conquest with the amount of guns Storm had there, including a lot of TDs of their own, being able to tank this damage. And now the X facing off against the 268 V4, probably not going to go too well. Conquest trying to surprise on round number 2, but Storm much more aware and awake to receive this kind of all-in YOLO from the beginning.
Yeah, and what was kind of weird in round number 1 is how they reacted to the information that the light tank was getting this time, making no mistakes, putting their tanks in perfect positions. You can see Jordan not even dead yet by Lemisandros. Finally, the AIX gets the kill, but that is only going to delay the inevitable, and that is going to be Minairos coming in with the ram kill, making it 1-1.
Deserved. I mean, Conquest tried a surprise there. They felt like I feel like if they wanted to do this, they needed to go for Jordan almost and someone stay alive in the middle. But they tried to drive through, and with the amount of tanks that Storm had coming from the field, especially with a Batchat getting behind everybody, it's a bit of a disastrous scenario that you put yourself in, because Mineros is really going to kill the whole team. That Batchat, if it gets to reload and reload, it's once it gets its initial clip out,
it's paying dividend, yeah. And I have to say, compared to day 1, I'm kind of fine with 1 bat in the team.
Yeah, sure, 1,
like,
but not like we had like
but
3.
Not like 3, yeah. Yeah, and indeed, Minairos putting it to work here. 16, 15, 15. Good job for him. Coming in top damage as well. And yeah, I think Lucan this time doing a better job. I was kind of watching him on the minimap while the battle was going on to make sure that he was actually at the start of the battle staying close to the strike so he could actually deliver those resets. But obviously Conquest this time, they were like, all right, we fooled them once, it's not going to work twice. This time we will go through. It didn't work either. But yeah, and you can really see here, the problem was this long approach time over the open ground that those V4s and the 277 had, is like they lost so much HP on the crossing there that they didn't have much sustain left when it came to like the nitty-gritty of the shootout. All right, so Pilsen, actually Storm's pick does get split 1-1, immediately leading into Airfield. We haven't seen Airfield so far, so yeah, I think Airfield quite a bit more, maybe not more, but very, very tactical map.
And slower than Pilsen. It doesn't get played quite as quick because Pilsen can indeed be very fast-paced, like we just saw. But Airfield is not really the map usually where people just go all-out aggressive in the beginning, even though it is also possible. But there's only limited options for you if you want to do that. You can go straight for the cap, try and over-push the middle, but those don't really have the highest success ratio.
Yeah. I mean, I still fondly think back of, I think it was OLC number 2 on NA, when there was like this this strategy with like double T57 and 430U in the cap and then mouses to soak the damage, and then the T57 just come out and blast whatever gets close. I don't think we're gonna see that. I would love to, but yeah, Airfield I think can be played in a lot of different ways. I don't think we are going to see a CS63 getting blown up on the cross towards the information tower that we see right now, because I think teams have learned.
Teams have adjusted and adapted to that, but with the new plane, potentially we'll see more TDs come out again. Guerrillas mainly is potentially a pick for either team, because you can blast the CS63 crossing for 1k, and it's not guaranteed that you're going to get spotted in the beginning anymore.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, for everyone wondering why the Gorilla would have 1k alpha, that's because of the ability that it gets. If it's unspotted, it basically gets pinpoint accurate and gets an alpha booster. All right, so Storm coming into Airfield with a 60 TFP, a 705, a CS63, a Bluskowitz, a Grilla, a Minotauro, and a T124.
Versus Conquest double Bluskowitz, 263-4, AX, Batcha 277, and a mouse. So that Grilla is making its appearance.
And the plot thickens about the TDs, right? Because like different maps obviously have different kinds of meta. And on, let's say, for example, Cliff, you're going to play a lot different tanks than you would play, for example, on L, yeah, maybe not El Haluf, but let's say Airfield. And still, the fact remains, a lot of TDs getting picked currently. And now DJ is going to try and spot the cross over towards the B line where there is the information tower. But we can see Conquest showing no interest at all. Instead, Lemmy with the Senti has already taken the balcony, but YOLO in the Bliska taking a shot of damage.
Only one, though. I mean, doesn't do that much. But there will be strike control for Storm on the north side of the map. You can see a lot of tanks there from Storm centered around them. Milo is going to be taking that strike, while Conquest is very, very heavy in the middle, Kihan. Like, super heavy in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Danachka in that Bliska taking a shot of damage as well, together with Lali, but Dani is making his way through with that Batchat. Is not spotted currently, and I don't think he will be spotted by DJ. It would be very weird if Dani didn't have something like a LNE, for example.
Lornois is the most likely to be able to cross that.
As Storm does tiptoe on towards the cap, though, that's going to put a timer on towards Conquest. Nothing too critical as of now. But yeah, the Siren is going to be going, and they're obviously...
This could be a big surprise, though. This could be a very big surprise. They don't know that they have a bad chat. Reminder, Fog of War is active. So whatever tank hasn't been spotted yet, they don't know what it is. If he gets on the side of DJ without getting spotted, then it could be huge for Conquest if people are aiming at the very least.
Double cap getting started now, though, and all of a sudden the situation becomes a lot more pressed here for the team of Conquest. They have to set Radimin in that mouse, who takes a shot of damage for that towards the cap, and Danachka through the middle. Yeah.
He was just spotted shooting, so Danny should be able to get a flank on him. Very important right now. If they can catch the CS63, that would be huge. But there's really nobody aiming for this guy, though. Danny not even trying to knock over anything, so he comes in as a surprise. He finds DJ, immediately knocks out his loader, but there's no follow-up. There's nobody else aiming, so it's just going to be Danny clipping out against DJ. He will win this 1v1. The Batshot wins this 1v1 every single time, but it's so important for Conquest right now. There's a strike coming out that will do some damage, but he still has his medkit available. DJ now realizes this is going to be running away, so Jacob is trying to get into the base to support him, but Lemmy here as well. Going to be taking the mid strike. Danny backing up. That was a good flank that brings the HP a lot closer than what it was before.
Indeed, and the cap is now in firm control of the team of Conquest. You can see 18 seconds. Jacob chasing after Batchat. That's no longer there. Lemmy does get reset here. Does not take the strike for this. Takes a shot by the Gorilla instead. Is probably lucky that the Gorilla got spotted before that. This means lower alpha in towards him as well. And Dani is now on the long rotation. Oh, Lemmy taking another shot by the Gorilla here. Taking one more by the Bliskovica. Able to retaliate. But what is one Centurion Action X shot against so much firepower turns out absolutely nothing. The Inspire medium shut down.
Really bad play from Lemmy there. Really bad play. Over aggressive towards that strike. Wanted to cover Dani. Should have just started in the middle. They made such a good play in the beginning on towards the CS63. But in return, all that they get is just minus a tank. And now Danachka is going to get flanked by Milo, who wants to give him a shot as well. Will fire at 468. On towards that Bliskovica, and now the Conquest players are just in more and more trouble. Ali trying to cover his man onto the cap, but every time he fires, that gives Milo an opportunity to peek. Milo is not going to say no to such a thing. Peeks Danachka, 659 now, drops him towards the one shot, and for Storm, it's looking all really, really good at this moment in time, except for the fact that they have this Gorilla, which can't really contribute as HP. As I take that back, he actually outtrades the Batcha 25T.
Yeah, Donny there trading against the Gorilla, not the best one. And now the CS is going to reinforce the Gorilla as well at this point in time. Storm firmly in control of the game, starting to push wherever they can. And turns out that is in a lot of places here. Radim in that mouse, still tanking in the cap, but against double tier 10 TD plus the 60 TP. Make that 3 tier 10 TDs, just taking away all his HP. He's not going to last long there. And now Conquest looking to lose game number 3 here. Storm, they did shake themselves after this quick cap game number 1, but they do come back, and now all of a sudden it's them on match point.
And it all started with that AX, right? That was the first piece. When it fell, everything else fell after. I think this is what distinguishes a good team from a great team, Gihan. When Dani was flanking the CS63, right? A great team would be aiming with 1 or 2 people at that position because they know where he was to give additional damage and kill that tank almost immediately, right? In this case, Dani flanked the CS63. He clipped out DJ fully, but there was nobody else aiming, so there was no additional damage, even though they could have coordinated to do a lot more and even pick up the first gun. And then you had Lemmy put himself in a very awkward situation.
I think it was pretty greedy by Lemmy to try and take that strike there, because they had no information on the Gorilla whatsoever. And like the Batchat retreating there, going on reload, retreating, he had to because he didn't know where the Gorilla was either. That basically opened up the whole part of the map where the Storm team spawned to basically shoot on towards where Lemmy was taking the strike. And yeah, we do see Lemmy, 1 shot of damage. No, that wasn't some HE splash or something. He was just shooting at a Bliskovica with a Juggernaut ability active. But obviously, that doesn't make his damage numbers any bigger. And yeah, I think Dunny, he played a pretty okay game against the CS63. But in the end, it wasn't to be. And Storm managed to turn it around. Wow, Yuzek, 5 kills. Not bad.
Yeah, he was like taking the team on his shoulders and carrying them. But yeah, that's really sad for Conquest that they did such a good play. They got such good positions, and then just 1 or 2 mistakes that Storm will not ever not punish, right? I mean, Storm is not the kind of team to let you get away with pushing AX across the middle into a really bad position.
Yeah, and so this means the sides on Airfield are gonna get flipped, and I mean, Conquest gets another try at their own map pick, because remember, guys, it was actually the international team with the Hungarian core picking this one, but so far Storm with the edge on it. Overall, I think Storm in this match so far, they've done a good job of like shaking off this round number 1 for what it was.
Maybe it's their thing, just losing the first round and then winning the next 3.
I mean, if they can pull that off for the remainder of the series, then they are looking good. But yeah, I think they just have to shake it off as the cheese it was, and that is exactly what they did, right? Because
I mean, Conquest could win that round though, even if, like, if Yusek resets once, I think they will just peek him and blow him up. So, and the HP was pretty close. They could still win out of that, but yeah, now it's a bit cheesy because, you know, he got tracked like 1 meter from the finish line.
Yeah, I think trying to take the artist strike there was just too greedy by the scent.
That is always too greedy. It's never the right play. Like, if you think about it, if you want to cover the CS key, you never push across. If you want to cover the bat, nowhere, never. If you want to go across somewhere key, you know where the, I don't know, is the English word amphitheater theater as well, on the right, you would go there because you're pretty safe and you can run away from it. No. Yeah.
Also there you have a lot more cover, right? Not only spotting, but also shooting cover. You have some hard cover to hide behind, and you're not there, not completely stuck, like Lemmy was over there. Anyway, Lemmy getting an attempt, just like Conquest will, as a whole team, to remedy the mistakes and to push this one on towards the tiebreaker situation. It will be a hard task, though, because apart from this one mishap, Storm has looked like the better team so far in this matchup. And as we do see the team still switching some tanks, Storm are probably going to play with a 705A, a CS63, a Bliska, a Grilla, a Minotauro once again. They really seem to like that tank, together with E4.
Conquest then, though. 4 to 68 V4s, an Iron Sham, a CS, and a Mouse. This is Airfield, Gihan. I really don't know if I like it, to be honest. I really don't know.
Conquest with the Op Davai Davai lineup, but yeah, I tend to agree with you. Airfield is one of those maps, especially since you have to drive around a lot of corners here, close towards the caps, right? And with those Juggernaut abilities, once again, name of the game is you're gonna get tracked so often. And yes, the same thing will happen to the Bliska and the Minotauro and the E4s, but like, especially with Minotauro and E4s, you have a turret. You don't really care that much about being tracked. Obviously, it's not good, but it's not as horrible.
The damage there, disappointing from Storm. Jordan didn't shoot, Mineros didn't hit, and only DJ actually the one to hit anything. And they even had a Gorilla, and the Gorilla wasn't ready to hit the CS either. Very disappointing damage, no Kihan. Double TD that have ability to get there, plus 10 kph forward speed, and a Gorilla, and not a single one of them actually hits the CS? I think that's very bad.
Minairos trying to blind fire Lemmy there, but that one was still behind the stone. But yeah, Dani now getting the Northern Artillery Strike for free. So Jacob and that Grilla, keep an eye on the minimap. He is currently moving around, wandering around. He'll be able to punish possibly Lali, as Dani is going to get peeked maybe by Jordan, Minairos, Milo. That's 3 750 Alpha Guns, and Minairos, wow, that's a lot of damage coming down from the top as well from Lukin on towards Dani. He has the damage reduction activated, but now Lukin is going to drop in, I think.
Lukin dropping in, but is that the right play, Kihan? They will find Dani. Danashka missing the shot. Radim now arriving as well. The Gorilla in position to blast this corner, but the main player right now in this scenario is Lemmy Sanders on that B line. DJ Weed also retaking the B line of himself. Lali dropped with a one shot, or Lemmy with the strike should be able to pick off Lukin. 6 HP. Strikeable. Kihan, the strike misses, however. HG will kill him as well. But for Conquest, they really need to slow down the game. They need to get that CS to work. They need to stop making peaks even. Just slow it down. They have another strike taken from the middle of the map. That's YOLO that has that one as well. He uses it now, blows up music with it. And now we see, though, 2 tanks down for either team. However, Conquest, better positions and also have more HP.
Have more HP, and another important thing to mention is they do have a light tank, and in those kind of scenarios a light tank can be worth its weight in absolute gold. Because YOLO here, he can roam around the map. He's going to outspot just about anyone. He has that plane ability to constantly generate more HP. Well, right now he doesn't, but you can see now he's flanking completely. And that is exactly what Conquest is waiting for. That's why they're not making a move elsewhere at the moment and just waiting, is because that RHM is just taking the rest, the complete entire rest of the map away from the team of Storm. And they obviously know this, that they're on a timer here.
Yeah, they are very much on that timer. It's ticking. DJ is going to be crossing over. He doesn't seem to be taking any damage, but now even Sir Jacob is coming into the fray, into the fight. Lemmy's getting pushed by DJ. He will be trading 1-for-1 the whole time. YOLO really needs to get into the battle right now for the side of Conquest. We're starting to bleed HP. The Quilla non-connecting. That's pretty bad. You need everybody to pen the shots now. Lemmy and DJ just trading it out. Minero's on the flank as well. And Storm doing a really good job of dropping the HP really low. DJ misses the shot, but Lemmy misses the strike. I think that was even a big strike. Oleg missing the ram as well. Radim trying his best to get Milo out of the fight. Oleg will ram this poor Grilla, but gets tracked by DJ. Also pretty important. Oleg finds the kill on Milo though, but he will be going down in return now. And I think now though, Conquest starting to stabilize as YOLO finally comes into this fight. I feel like that took forever.
Yeah, definitely. YOLO's still full HP though, and he has a lot to say about this game, as Sir Jacob with the Gorilla is going to be able to pick up the CS63. However, that is going to be a free tank on the outside that can just peek whenever he wants, and there is no tank with strike ability active. YOLO does have a strike from somewhere, apparently is able to kill the CS63 up, and this means 3 versus 2 situation here for the team of Conquest, but they need to be careful not to die too early here. But the HP, actually YOLO going into towards the 1v2 situation. It's do or die. It's clutch or kick for YOLO.
Clutch or kick for YOLO. I mean, he's going to disengage. He does have a lot of HP available. Again, 2,660 for Conquest. He was out of this game for a very, very long time, IMO. And now he spots out Sir Jacob. Will he find a shot? No. I think he intuitioned back to APCR as well. They have started the cap, though. And the issue here for YOLO is that the E4 is a 2-shot ability because of the ability. He's gonna start retaking the B line. Don't know if I like this. Actually, retaking C line, Gihan. If he gets spotted, they will go for him.
I mean,
HE from Gorilla is 1k. HE from E4 is 1k. He's a 3-shot.
Yeah, he is actually a 3-shot.
It's a good flank, though. It's a very good flank. If he finds Jordan from... Oh, Jordan is watching this side.
Jordan is aiming. The question is, which ammo type does Jordan have selected? First of all, he does find him. He has to intuition over. Good HE shot, I believe, by Jordan. So he does what he is supposed to do now. He needs to find the heat in towards the lower plate. Does it? So we do find ourselves in the 1 versus 1 situation, which once again begs the question, which team has dealt more damage at this point?
We're on 100% Conquest, no? Because 268 V4s versus... How many TDs did both teams have, Gihan?
So
let's start with that. 4 for the side of Conquest.
Conquest 4, and on the other side 5 for Storm.
Actually, it's going to be close, man. I'm actually not sure because they have a mouse versus 60p. That light definitely has less HP,
does
though.
Jacob get spotted here? Yeah,
yes, he does. Will he find a shot? Whoa, that's a slow HE shot. No, but like, I cannot do the math right now. But the Gorilla has less HP than... No, the Gorilla has more HP than the IHM. And only the mouse, I think, has more for the side of Conquest, right? And the 60p. They both had a CS. I honestly think that Conquest is winning in terms of damage. I really do believe so.
I don't agree with the decision of YOLO here to touch the strike.
You can bait and dodge.
I mean, that's exactly what he's trying. Let's see if Sir Jacob is going to put the strike himself. He seems to decide against it for now. He's probably expecting for YOLO to bait here, because remember, the players will get the notification about the enemy using the big striker. YOLO barely does make it out. My goodness, that time.
He's gonna spot Jacob here though. There he goes. He spots Jacob. Now he should drop the strike. Oh, that was close. That was actually very close. Jacob there. It's a very, very hard fight for Sir Jacob, let's be honest.
I mean, he probably doesn't know that the RHM right now is on his way here. And YOLO is playing a beautiful game. I mean, if the Gorilla high rolls, he could still get him together with the strike. That's the thing. The Gorilla hasn't used the strike yet, but he is indeed going for the 1 versus 1 here. And yeah,
he's so lucky he didn't ram.
Oh my goodness.
YOLO picks it up. There's a world there, Kihan, in which Jacob holds the strike, YOLO rams into him, and then they blow each other up, you know, at the very end. Luckily enough, that didn't come to happen. Yeah, really good stuff there from YOLO to finish it off. But for Conquest, Kihan, the RHM was out of the fight for so long. Storm knew, and I think we knew as well, that timer is ticking. They will lose against the light over time. And then a lot of things happening that weren't ideal. I think Jacob shot Ichi at a mouse as well and didn't kill him. That's 5k though.
Does 5k, so yeah, let's check the pen ratio, and he does have 1 splash damage. I think your eyes did not deceive you there. But in the end, a good job from YOLO despite being out of the game for a lot of time. So I guess in the clutch or kick situation, he does stay in the team.
He does get to stay in the team for 1 more round. So for Conquest, Kian, they have 2 rounds.
They do have 2 rounds. Storm does as well. And in the best of 5, that does indeed mean that we are on a tiebreaker. And that one's going to be played on Ghost Town. Now, the question is, who is going to be selecting the tiebreaker side, actually? Who has the fastest win? Probably Conquest on Pilsen, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's Conquest on Pilsen. It's no way to... nothing else was faster. Even the second round was not as fast. So that is Conquest's pick.
Yes. Ghost Town, I mean... Do you think there's a side that's vastly favored?
No.
Yeah. So I guess it will be down.
Do you think there is?
Not really either, no. I think North lends itself maybe a little more to playing Leopard if you're
it's
into
almost
that.
like Ghost Town is supposed to be kind of mirrored in a way.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah. Did you hear it was created as a competitive map back in the day?
Yeah, but that's not the same map, bro. It's just that it has the same name, but it's definitely not the same.
But yeah, actually, I do have the information from production that Conquest were the ones picking, and they do pick North, actually. So if they want to, they have to decide where maybe the Leopard is a little bit more useful, depending on the angles and what you want to do with it. But yeah, realistically, it's down to preference of the teams here, and it seems like Conquest does prepare North. We are obviously going to give a little bit of time to the teams to prepare, because I think neither of the teams were expecting to go to tiebreaker because
for different reasons.
Obviously, both of them were expecting to win 3-0, right? Maybe.
Yeah, about that.
But that actually does mean I have to be for Conquest now, because otherwise your prediction comes true,
Dude,
right?
this is true. And if I get a double prediction, me and Kian have a little side bet every day. Whoever wins the prediction game doesn't need to do anything, but the loser needs to buy a diamond package. So I'm going to make Kian a lot poorer in the next 5 weeks.
But remember, guys, there are actually the bundles that you can still buy. From bronze over silver up to gold in towards diamond, all of those bundles you can buy, and the diamond bundle is going to net you the OLS supporters badge. And with buying those bundles, all the proceedings that Wargaming makes from those are going to go in towards the OLS prize pool. So even if you haven't yet, my suggestion would be the diamond bundle for the badge, because who doesn't love badges?
I mean, I love badges.
Mhm.
I love especially the snowflake badge, my favorite anti-artillery badge, or the
And
Stuk mission 1
the
set,
green
whatever.
13 is where it's at, if you know which
Dude,
one I mean.
yeah. That's a pretty good one as well, man. There's a few undercover badges that really just show that you're like, don't shoot me. I'm just a friendly World of Tanks player, bro. I am nobody special. I'm just your average 60 TP player.
It's basically the equivalent of putting on sandals with white socks and saying, I'm a tourist here.
That's only Germans, bro.
All right. Anyway, we are just about to start on Ghost Town, and realistically, this match is already quite the upset. Conquest is bringing it to Tiebreaker against Storm. And also in the format that we have right now, right? The winner takes it all. So it could be that Storm walks away from this match against
With 3
currently
points,
the 8th in the standing with 0 or with 3. Yeah.
Yeah. It's for Conquest, we really would hope that Conquest wins this. I want to see upsets as much as possible. I want it to be really close all the time.
Same here. So let's see if Conquest is able to bring it over the finish line, or if Storm is finally going to show that they have had enough from these shenanigans. And if they are indeed going to put the foot down, the pedal to the metal. Storm coming into this one probably a bit annoyed, most likely with themselves, because especially the first round is a mistake on their part to lose. Triple Bliskowitzer, Rheinmetall Panzerwagen, actually make that, yeah, still triple Bliska, 12684, 1121B, all right, and an E5.
And an E5? No E5s for Conquest. Only 268 make that 5 of them again, and a 705A and an RHM.
Dabei, once again for Conquest.
There has to be some. This cannot be the meta. I don't believe it. I think some team will figure it out.
I mean, there is a very simple counter to this meta, and it's called Tessak.
True, dude. 2 Tessaks and the whole team is tracked permanently. Imagine if somebody actually does it as like a hard counter, dude.
I mean, possible.
It would be funny.
It would be extremely funny. Well, not for the people getting perma-track, but for us. Anyway, though, Conquest pushing in towards the cap. Indeed, Dabei with those 268 B4s. Radim is going to get split off. He's going to fight it off against Minairo. Danachka double-tracked, it seems, in the B4. Able to go back here, though, as Radim does get double-tracked as well. So the Juggernaut ability showing its ugly face. On the downside, as Radim gets held there, gets put towards 540, gets taken out.
Yeah, Radim there in Juggernaut ability, realizing that you may get tracked once, you may even get tracked twice, and the third time you're very, very dead. The strike coming in from the 1-2 line, that was Lukin, who is getting chased down by the light tank of YOLO. The issue for his team is that somehow they need to hold in the city until YOLO has won that fight.
Indeed, and he might not even, apparently, judging by the HP, as Danachka goes down towards a one-shot here. Conquest, they do have 4,000 HP less, and Jordan here just has so much DPM. Well, not if he bounces, but Yuzek from the side to pick it up as well, and Oleg probably the next one on the chopping block as well. So Jacob getting pushed by Lemisandros here, both of them with the Juggernaut available, as well as Milo is able to kill Oleg here, and that is probably going to be the last hurrah of Conquest, who do manage to pick up 2 rounds, who do manage to go to overtime, but who are not going to take anything home from this match.
No, they fought hard, but they'll be left with nothing. That's just sometimes the way the cookie crumbles. Storm made it close, and a bit worrying for them that they continue to drop rounds against teams where you would expect them to dominate, which I think is fair. But for Conquest, good 2 rounds, next time 3, and then they will win a match. So there is progression in their playstyle and in the way they're doing. This one was a bit maybe too obvious, too telegraphed. That's a huge jump from Lukin and a beautiful landing, even on top of Jacob. Beautiful. But
I mean, he's getting the airtime points on top of the style points.
True. This is a bit obvious. And Radim, they're crossing through the open. When you see the whole team from Storm waiting, crossing over is probably not the right decision.
Yeah. And that must be a little bit heartbreaking for the team of Conquest here. I mean, they take the cheeky first round, they get a very hard-fought fourth, and at the end, they're still left empty-handed. And for Storm, they're going to be like, all right, you know, nothing happened. We got 3 points from this match. That was planned. We don't talk about how it happened.
Beautiful stuff from Storm to win it in the end. Even more so because my prediction was 3-2. I really love that.
But yeah, taking a look at the damage numbers here, and we do see that those 268 V4s, they can be very annoying to pen. But, you know, if you have to rush with them, if you get double tracked, then the lackluster DPM together with the kind of meh gun does end up, you know, not working in your favor. 10-3 from DJ, that's also kind of a weird shooting for the 121B, I think, because, like, realistically, the 121B should be equipped for everything that it needs. The gun is pretty good, especially in Onslaught, and for those V4s, you have the 350 load pen, so kind of weird. Then again, he was probably there to inspire, which I guess he did.
Yeah, he's just there for the inspire. I think that the Bliskavitz is a pretty good counter to the V4, though, if you look at it that way. Because if the V4 is pushing into the Bliskavitz, it needs to aim still very well. But the Bliskavitz just has better DPM, better alpha on those ranges as well. So a holding team at Bliskaz, I think, pounds a pushing team with V4s, which is what we saw. The V4s going into the cap, the V4s trying to push across. But I think that's where the Bliska is actually just better.
All right, and this is going to mean that a Storm is, after all those shenanigans, going to take the first match of the day. After the break, we are already off schedule. I guess the adjustment did not work in our favor. We are going to be back with Clueless versus the, I guess, you know, defeater of champions so far, Salyanka. They did manage to take down Hit and Run on day number 1. Today, nominally and on paper, they should have an easier task on their hands with Clueless, but as we saw, those teams on the bottom up, they're showing their teeth. Conquest, valiant effort. That all being said and done, we are going to be back after some replays. Well, hello there and welcome back after I think, more than exciting match number 1. We are back now with match number 2, and once again we do have the story of underdog versus supposedly stronger team. This time I think it is fair to say Clueless, with the cutie pie cat logo, is going to take on the role of the underdog against Salyanka, who have looked crisp, who have looked sharp, and who have looked dangerous on day number 1 against Hit and Run. What's your take?
They had a really good performance. They had a really good match. They proved to everybody that, they may be one of the teams that didn't come from, for example, the play-in or whatever tournament. They managed to make it barely, I think. Is the correct way.
3-1. You mean Clueless? Yeah, they managed to make it barely into OLS, if that's where you were going.
But they have the cutest logo of the whole bunch, though. I mean, we should give them 3 points for having the best logo.
I mean, I would if I could. But yeah, the cute logo does get them a lot of, brownie points, but it doesn't really give them an in-game buff. At least so far it hasn't, because match day number 1, they didn't manage to put anything on the board for themselves point-wise. I do think they managed to get around, but around only gets you so far. And yeah, Salyanka, the spicy soup, as you would probably translate it. I mean, they've taken down Hit and Run. From here on out, who knows what this team can do?
I mean, they've already put themselves on track to make it into stage 2 with that win, edging themselves ahead of the teams that you would put alongside of them, which is Clueless and Conquest. If we would look at the rankings, we would say that those 3 are the most likely to be on the bottom, or before the league started, right? Now they have already taken a big step into the direction of stage 2 and the continuation there, where they can keep growing. And if you can beat Hit and Run, you can beat anybody.
Indeed, I tend to agree with you there. That being said, community predictions, 75% for Salyanka, 25% here for the team of Clueless. I guess more or less fair. It's what I would sort of anticipate as well after this day 1.
75% seems pretty fair to me, though. 25% for Clueless. I mean, they have to prove that they are able to win. Let's start with that. They've won rounds. Let's make it 2 rounds now, preferably, if possible, 3, Kian.
Indeed, because only that crucial 3rd round is going to net you the points that you need to advance to the 2nd stage that is going to happen after 7 playdays. I mean, still a long way to go, but every single match is important, especially against teams where, before the season started, where you would have said that, hey, those are teams that are roughly your skill level, below or above, give or take. Those are where it counts, because those are going to be your direct competitors. That being said, Salyanka, they have put themselves up quite a bit now, and we do see Dreamer against Hit and Run had an absolutely monstrous performance. Kill death ratio 8.0.
It's the first statistic, though, okay? It's pretty high, but it's going to go down a lot over the course of the next few match days. The average damage is the most relatable stat, though, right? 4.7, pretty good. I mean, if you do your own HP and damage, Kihan, that's already amazing. But if you do twice your HP and damage, then you are cheating.
According to some people, you are, yeah. All right. That being said, his tanks 60 TP, E5, and 277, and with that, the hit rate becomes pretty impressive, to be honest. Because, E5, good gun. 60 TP, not much. So, all right. So we are going to start off on Cliff, a map that we haven't seen in the season yet. It's going to make its first appearance, and we are going to go in towards Muravanka. That enjoys quite a bit of popularity in between the teams, despite being the newest addition to the map pool. All right, and we are going to finish it off possibly on Airfield.
Airfield is Tiebreaker. I'm really surprised also by the amount of Muravanka people are picking.
I guess a lot of teams
over
trained
like
it.
Pilsen, Salyanka, maps that they've trained a lot more in the past.
I mean, the thing is always, if a map comes newly into the pool and you train it a lot right from the get-go, then you probably assume then that you have a training advantage against the other teams just because you focused on this one a lot. And maybe a lot of teams went with that strategy. I mean, I could obviously be entirely wrong about this, but it seems like a logical assumption. That being said, though, Cliff is going to be where we started off, and Cliff is obviously
Very fast.
Very fast, yes.
Extremely fast. But now I'm kind of curious to see what kind of meta we're going to get on Cliff. Before, it wasn't so TD heavy at all. It was BZs and CSs and all of that kind of fun stuff, but a light in the mix. Will we see Blitzcast? Will we see 268 V4 ski hand?
I think it's fair to assume that we're going to see Fosh Bees, although that's probably not the kind of TD that you were aiming for with that question, because it doesn't have the Juggernaut, it has the second wind. But yeah, will we see Blitzcast? Will we see V4s? And I think the possibility is there, given that you do get the mobility improvement, and you would probably use that right when you have to drive up towards the ramp and towards the middle of the map. That is where the increase in engine power is probably going to give you the best of effects. Possibly even like with the CS boosting, although that would be a pretty big commitment. Just 2 tanks to get 1 Juggernaut TD in towards the middle. I think Cliff has, in the whole map pool of the 9 maps, probably one of the biggest potentials to differ in terms of meta the most from the other maps.
You think so?
It has the potential, but potential doesn't mean it gets realized 100% of the time. As we do see the predictions coming in.
I'm really curious if we see a lot of TDs here. Yeah, you went for a close match, disrespecting Salyanka, unbelievable Kian. Moff, however, went even further and literally predicted Clueless.
I think that is because he's on the copium shipments that are probably stuck on the, British Isles. Just because, for your information, on Clueless, there are some people that do live in the United Kingdom and Scotland, to be exact. Ian, for example, the team captain. But let's see if that is going to mean anything as we do hop into match number 2 of the day. It's going to be Clueless against Salyanka, and Clueless do not seem to want to bring any kind of TDs. Instead, it is going to be 4 BZ75s, a singular bat chat, and the double CS.
Only 1 CS for Salyanka, 1 bat, 1 Fush B, double 277, and double BZ. We've saved 1 map, Gihand. No Blitzcast, no 268 V4s yet.
Yet is the key word here. I don't think the lineups are going to switch anymore for this round, at least, though, as we see both teams with kind of one-dimensional approaches. Clueless more so than Salyanka, because they are sending everyone towards the middle at this point in time. Salyanka splitting off the Foch. No light tank on either team. This means that still no one has any information to speak of. Finally, the bats and the CSs do get the spots off, as Vikshare takes a shot at damage. Lynx in that CS as well, but I think the BZs from the lower side not able to punish right now.
In return, 1-2 line lost. They did CS. What happened to the CS on D3, D4? He's off the cliff, Kian. He's off the cliff. Is he flipped? There? Is he flipped on his side? He's not moving. He's not. Somebody call 911. 911. We need a medic, dude. I think one of the tanks from literally Clueless literally doesn't know how to get off a cliff, and Destiny has died. He has died. Scrap the 911 call. Somebody call the morgue, dude. We need somebody to get picked up, because Destiny has fallen and he can't get up.
Indeed, he has, and so probably will his team as Nuki gets sent to the grave to follow DHD here. And now on the upper side, on the hill, I mean, Lynx does have support at this point in time by a BZ75 as it seems, but this just means that Clueless are going to get stomped on this lower side here as, yeah, Dreamer is even going to run up from the hill with that CS63, staying alive for now. Kaya Clue getting rammed by the Foshby, getting picked up by Victor, and Salyanka are going to mop the floor with literally Clueless in round number 1.
Yeah, Clueless getting absolutely dominated. I mean, they had no crossfire key. They were supposed to have D3, D4, and hill crossfire. But one of the lines of crossfire was, well...
Well,
this is the moment we need like one of those Insta replay features, you know, like, let's take a look back.
Yeah, it's yeah, it's unfortunate, I guess. Unfortunate is how JD is going to try and explain it to us all. But normally and realistically, this should absolutely never ever happen.
If it was Moff or any of those other EBR racers, quote unquote, we'd all be like, the server was lagging, bro. Lag, did you see me lag? I lagged. I have used that excuse once or twice in my life as well, I'm gonna be honest.
And I think you're not guilty. The only one on camera even right now. Anyway,
you've used every excuse in the book and then some.
You've invented half of them, man.
You've written some additional chapters.
But yeah, Deji, yeah. Yeah. I mean, he didn't even shoot, so he's probably going to use the yo lag excuse. But yeah, obviously for Clueless, it is increasingly unlucky because Dede was playing a very, very, excuse the pun, key position on Cliff here. And he was supposed to be the continuous DPM pouring in from the side. And that linchpin of the tactic of Clueless getting removed is obviously detrimental.
Wow, he did 0. I mean, Nuki did 36. I'm not sure what's better, Kihan. Doing 0 because you're on your roof, or doing 36 but being in the battle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we are reaching philosophical levels of post-game analysis here that shouldn't even be possible. All right, I think if you're Clueless, you have to try and forget about this round immediately.
That's the SDFC of the team. It's going to be pretty hard to forget about that one.
I'm trying to build a redemption arc here already. All right, because this.
Yeah, you're not an engineer, bro. You don't know how to build anything. So
actually, I was okay. If I say in my younger days, you're gonna say
buddy, the last century, Jesus.
Days, I was actually working as a carpenter, so I do know how to build some things.
In your earlier days, the wheel wasn't invented yet. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, guess who did that? You know, you can thank me later. But
keep
all right.
dreaming, bro. Keep dreaming.
But all right, round number 2. Let's forget this first round ever happened for Clueless, and now Salyanka, I mean, they haven't been tested. Let's be real. This first round was not a test for Salyanka whatsoever. Now is where it gets real, because now Salyanka will be trying to put themselves on towards that match point already. And meanwhile, Clueless, in their minds, probably want to play the first actual round of the match.
Well, like you said, they do need to forget about it, but it's rough when you start that way, because you show up to the match fully motivated. You're like, guys, let's pump. We're here to cook. And then in the first round, you're like overcooking.
The kitchen explodes.
It's a bit far. It's a double griller. Let's go. Dude, that's crazy. That's double griller, double CS, triple BZ. Nah.
They certainly have the cooking uniforms on right now, and Salyanka not much less so actually. triple BZ75, triple Batchat. So once again, the king is back indeed. And the CS63 to round it off. Those are two wild lineups.
They do be wild. They do be wild. They're turning up the heat, which is good because it's getting cooler around here, Key. Same in Prague?
Yeah, I think yesterday night we were below double digits in the degrees. I love it, man.
Dude,
I can't stand warm days.
I'm not gonna say it. I'll be nice. I'll be nice. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't make the IQ joke. Don't say it. Don't say it. Double CS moving towards the hill. Well, there's a Bachelor and CS moving towards the hill as well. Can these gorillas actually connect? Vladislav and Dreamer. Dreamer now getting spotted. Where are the shots? Where they both missed.
No,
one
actually,
of them hit.
One of them hit.
926.
926. This is, I mean, mostly bad, but a little good for Clueless, because that means only one gorilla is basically known about.
They got a BZ on the hill as well, though, relatively for free. That's really, really good.
So Clueless are going to get hill priority, absolutely. And we do see that Salyanka don't have a TD in the back. This means that this hill is going to get taken by Clueless, just as the cap is currently getting touched by Salyanka to put a timer on towards Clueless here.
Double CS, though. Double CS with mini strikes.
So yeah, those resets should be there, but keep in mind a lot of HP and damage potential is out of the game for Clueless with the gorillas, but it's still enough as Lynx is able to kill the first tank on the Salyanka lineup, leaving only Dreamer alive on the hill. We can see that Clueless don't want to push too much here in towards the press in that bad chat here. But yeah, Dreamer is going to take the strike, putting him towards one shot for the PZ75. And actually, the cooks are in the house. Clueless are making it work.
Yeah, that double gorilla coming as a little bit of a sucker punch here. They knew they had one, but I think the second one got revealed with Dashdy hitting the PZ as well. I think on the way up and on the way down is Salyanka, literally Clueless with a surprising unorthodox and something we have never seen before. But it is working very well. This exact strategy Salyanka was playing works perfectly for literally Clueless. The gorillas are not contested, they're not in danger, and they're able to just shoot time after time. Again, double HP, 7 tanks alive. Literally Clueless showing to everybody that they've come to play, they've come to hustle. They can't just lose 3-0 because they're going to be picking up round number 2 on Cliff.
Indeed, and they've probably won quite a few hearts over with this one. The double gorilla strategy, and man, that probably is all off the back of the fact that the LT, I mean, yeah, it was a nerf to the LT, and now both sides taking none means that you can actually start cooking with the strategies.
That's the Cliff he died. You see how carefully he approached it? He's like,
oh yeah,
fool me once.
That was, yeah, you can see the respect that he now holds for these stones. But, man, 7-0 in the tank department. So that strategy, it was flawless.
That's back to what we talked about on Airfield in match number 1 between Storm and there was somebody else there. Between Storm, I even forgot who we played. We played the first match. Storm versus Conquest. My brain failed for a second. Because of the light nerf, because of those planes, hand, you are indeed able to, for example, use tanks that you normally couldn't, which is the double gorilla.
Yeah, and you can see here, I mean, the impact of the gorilla damage-wise not extremely high, but I think they did put in the damage where it was important, and that was the approach towards the hill, giving Clueless the complete advantage over the hill and thus the control over the game, because with those CS63s, you always have the possibility to strike the cap, to generate more time to reset. And on the side of Salyanka, we do see another triple Batchat 25T lineup failing. And yeah, both teams were cooking here, but I mean, Salyanka with the worst and Clueless, I mean, double gorilla. That's something I wouldn't have expected to see today. Okay,
or any day almost.
After an extremely entertaining first map of Cliff, I think is very fair to say, we do now go towards Moravanka. We did see Moravanka a lot on day 1, but I think the map is so fresh in the map pool that we are far away from seeing the entirety of possibilities that the map holds.
Sure. Moravanka is going to be very interesting. There's double LT strats, which I think work in random onslaught, which can even work here as well, if executed correctly. But you got to be careful. We saw W exploit the TD meta against a lesser TD team twice in a row on Moravanka. You have to be very ready, aware, and in the right positions to deal with this repush, because even if you're far away, apparently it doesn't matter. If you make a mistake or two, one or two people go to the wrong building, then you can fall for this repush. Is Salyanka going to play something like this? I have no clue. It's too early to tell tendencies of the teams.
I mean, Moravanka, yeah, as a map, it was picked by Salyanka. Keep that in mind. So they definitely have a plan here for this map. And if their plan fully works out, then they will not have to go to Tiebreaker, which I think is airfield. So in the grand scheme of things, I mean, we have gone down from a small best-of to a tiny best-of. It is, instead of best of 5, it's best of 3 here. So definitely, the team winning now will be in prime position to take the match, but which one is it going to be? I would still favor Salyanka, but we'll have to wait and see. Literally Clueless, they have shown that if no one of them crushes basically full HP, that they are able to surprise and be an absolute beast of a team. And they seem to want to continue with that gorilla. All right, on Muro, let's go. Together with a Bliska, a Badger of all things, a CS63, an IS-7, and double BZ-75.
Salyanka in return, though, RHM, a gorilla of their own, Bat, double E5, an IS-7 and a 60p. They will be lacking a little bit of that initial information, though, on the side of literally Clueless without that light tank.
Yeah, and Salyanka here playing with the light tank, that on Muro is, I think, in itself a big advantage. Simply because of the fact that... yeah, the light tank is going to be able to outspot anyone here. Also, important fact to note, Shelby, I don't think used his plane. He did get spotted in return, though, so quite the aggressive pathing, I think, coming out from the Rheinmetall. Ah, yeah, on the left side of the map, where actually literally Clueless are completely committing in towards the cap. So quick triple cap, and one of the artillery strikes is getting blocked here by Eclipse, who does get reset, I think. Now, Dreamer looking for the 1v1, doesn't take damage from the people in the cap here, only from Eclipse, who is now in the 1 versus 2, but he does get help from the cappers.
He does get help from the cappers as Eclipse is now getting pounded from all sides, and literally Clueless is reacting to this by repushing on towards the press. Eclipse needs to switch buildings as well. They are going for this first E5. Can they get the pens? Can they get the shots required to make this work? It does seem like right now they're able to drop the press to about 1.4. Eclipse still alive. Nuki coming to reinforce. Link's coming as well. And the light tank in this battle, Kihan doesn't have the greatest impact, and that's great for literally Clueless. They find the first kill. Link's now coming to try and save Nuki, but he has no chance to survive. Link's there trying to push off Vladislav into the open, into the rest of them, but that E5 is gonna stop the body block. As now, though, David and Ian trying to reinforce the strike coming in as well. That is a good one on towards the tanks of literally Clueless, who are down in HP, but can they get the gun advantage potentially?
Potentially, yes, as Dreamer is getting pushed upon by Eclipse, and David, a good shot by the I7. David to finish it off here against Eclipse. Nope, it's going to be Lynx to pick it up. All of a sudden, 5 versus 4 situation for literally Clueless here, who are trailing in HP, though. Absolutely brutal disadvantage for them, but Viksha starting to bail in that Badger. David dropping down towards a one-shot in that BZ-75. Viksha to pick it up. All of a sudden, the guns are even, and Salyanka drop a lot of HP as Trash Panda falls.
Trash Panda fallen. Victor now on the flank, though, in the Badger 25T. The light's still alive from Shelby. If he can escape from that area, would be huge. Eclipse needs to be very aware of where the Badger is. He is able to dodge, I think, one of the shots. Victor now -2, hasn't really done too much with it. Can he find Ian? It doesn't seem like it either. And the biggest issue here for Salyanka, what we can see is, look at Sank Kihan, 2,500 HP on that gorilla. That is going to be a big trouble. Ian, though, in trouble as well, because Victor has taken the strike. Shelby has a plane, and that is going to be a kill for the side of Salyanka, or should result into a kill in the near future.
Most likely, yes, and that is a triple charged plane. I think that is also why Ian in the Bliskowitzer does decide to back off the cap here. I think that is absolutely the correct decision, not wanting to go down here. But I mean, we have to say there is 2 informational towers on the map, and one of those is currently getting taken by Shelby Walk, and certainly this must translate into a kill. Here, the informational tower does get used, and I think the arty strike as well, and indeed Viksha to pick it up. Good job, Ian. The team captain does fall, and Lynx also, I think, took a big shot from that griller.
I don't think so.
Or that was the observer one.
No, he didn't. But I like the excitement, though. Yeah, let's keep it up. Let's keep that excitement going. Always good to see. Lynx just spotting. Victor will get spotted out by the CS63 when he tries to cross further through A-line. Now the Gorilla is coming up. They may want to try and focus out this IS-7. Oh, yes, the Gorilla is indeed spotted, but so is Eclipse. And Eclipse is now getting pushed by Shelby, who's going to find the kill, and that's a big issue because now Kajaklu is forced to chase this Gorilla. Lynx gives a shot towards the Gorilla, though. 537. I think that's a one-shot even for the HE of the Badger. If he can find the kill, that'd be huge. He does.
Wow.
Good, very good stuff there from Kajaklu. But now, though, the bad shot coming as a surprise on Lynx's side. He needs to make it out of there. Can he actually get safe? He will spot out the bad shot. He'll take one, I think, from Victor. Maybe even a second. No, the second one is really bad, though.
The second one is absolutely brutal. He is now a 2-shot here for both the Rheinmetall and the Badger as well. And the Badger, yes, it does have high DPM, but what it doesn't have is mobility or a good turn. Wow, crazy shot coming out from Lynx in towards Shelby Walk that has been trying to take the arty strike. And Vicshare here, I think, is the playmaker and does make those plays as he does another shot in towards Lynx, who is now a 1-shot for both. Never mind, gets sent to the grave. And that is a Badger 1 versus 2 against medium with a clip and a light tank. This is unwinnable.
This is very much unwinnable. They needed to somehow keep Ian alive, but you see the power of the light tank in the end game, right? It was a 4v4, I think, at some point, or a 3v3, but the power of the light tank, yeah? He's able to spot, move around the map. They can't really kill him. They can't really counter him. And the good move there from Salyanka was finding that IS-7 in the middle of the map. And even after the Gorilla died, it's still playing against a light and bad shot. I think if there's 2 amazing endgame tanks, it's those for this situation. While in return, literally Clueless, what did they have? A very healthy Badger.
A very healthy Badger. Well, not so healthy anymore, as both the information tower and the strike do get used, and we can see how methodically Salyanka are going to play this with 4 minutes remaining. It's already unwinnable for Kajaklu, and they are even playing it safe. So, yeah, this is going to take some time for basically all the points of... Ooh, Kajaklu. Good blind shot in towards...
No, he had the radio tower.
He was spotted. All right.
He took the radio tower on E1, so...
Yeah. But yeah, it's not going to remedy the fact. This is not a winnable situation here by any means if he doesn't get lucky with an Amrek or something.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he can do something crazy.
Oh, let's see. I mean, Shelby is now taking the arty strike. Okay, Kaja does get spotted for this, but he's going to miss his blind shot. Shelby is going to drive back upon it. And yeah, this is going to give all the information towards the Batchat. And that is what he needs, right? Because realistically, the Batchat is always going to one-clip the Badger here. Especially since now Shelby does have an arty strike available to shave another 400 HP off of the Badger. The Badger now with the Juggernaut, and we do see, is he going to get out? Nope, but we do see that the Juggernaut does even reduce the damage taken by the strike.
Yeah, it does. It applies to all damage received from this kind of stuff, enemies and strike. So that's actually a really neat ability to have against arty strikes, because it drops it from 400 to 310, which is less than you would take in last season. So pretty interesting ability. But yeah, poor Kajaklu, I feel for him. There's very little you can do in this scenario, and he's kind of hoping that they just come push him.
And the thing is, they don't even need to kill him, right? They can play with him, because right now, at the same time, Salyanka, they do have the kill advantage. So they don't even need to do anything. They are winning by default as per the rules. And this is why they are playing just this extremely safe game of World of Tanks here. Viksha choosing not even to fire. So yeah, Kajaklu, the suffering is going to be over for him in a minute and 50 maximum. Another shot coming in here from the Rheinmetall, and now we even see the Batchat opening up to fire. Does get a good 2 connections, and yeah, Kajaklu, he should be down and out soon.
Shelby will find a shot. And Shelby will probably be the one to finish off the Badger as well, which puts Salyanka on match point. But let's talk back about the round, Kihan. This could have gone either way, realistically. But there's a question I have for you. The Guerrilla from literally Clueless. How did he just die? I don't feel like he did much. No?
Like, actually, it was the question I wanted to ask you, because it felt like he was there, and at
He was
some
at
point
D3.
he was gone.
He was in a really weird position.
Yeah, and like it didn't feel like he had a big impact. So did he get rushed by a Batchat? Did he maybe get blown up?
No. I think he got hit by, for example, the Guerrilla. He was like a D3, so I'm not sure. So where Lynx was at the end game, on top of that hill, 2 squares further south is where he was, which is a bit weird for a Guerrilla. I'm not sure what he was supposed to do from there. We're seeing the damage department as well, like how much he was realistically able to do, right?
I mean, we should, once the damage numbers do get pulled up on stream, but yeah. I mean, also props to Salyanka here. Yes, it might have been a bit
they
slow.
played it out really well.
Yeah, it might have looked a bit slow, but it just attests to the control that they were able to exert here. They didn't want to leave anything up to chance. They were like, all right, we have this map in the bag, or this round at least, let's play it out safe. And
that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to play it out fully. Yeah, I really don't understand what the Guerrilla did in this battle. Like, I really don't get it. Like, he kind of played, like I said, around D3 and just got owned. If he was like at C4, for example, where you saw Lynx at the end, he would have actually gotten some shots.
Yeah, and we saw at the end, like the Batchat was like at 480, and the RHM was at something a little bit over 1k, so those shots would have mattered.
Can I say that I don't think that, in my opinion, the FCs of a team, if it's like really main FC and he has to micro a lot, which I guess is probably the case, should not be playing specialist tanks.
I think that's a very, very valid POV. It's why I used to play RD back in the day when I was FCing 15v15.
There's 3 games or what? And Fame Team 4 or you remember we were in the same clan, right? Like,
yeah. I'm just gonna put it out there.
I'm just trying to recall all of this Gihan FCing, you know.
Most of it actually happened in Go In or Tilt, if that clan still means something to you.
Never did to begin with.
Oh, throw in the shade. I see how it is.
You left us, and we took you back in. You know.
Anyway,
it's like when you lose your 4-legged friend, and he comes back fully wet, and you're like, come here, boy. We'll clean you up.
Anyway, though, I think right now, Clueless, they have to be a little bit angry with themselves, because I think both of the rounds that they lost, it was a tiny little bit unnecessary, or at least in round number 1, a big bit unnecessary. On the other hand, the round that they won, they did convincingly so, but the fact remains that they are right now behind, and Salyanka here is on match point. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you win the rounds as long as you do.
Of course, because in 2 weeks nobody remembers how you won, just that you won, and they're gonna try to do that one more time to pick up it without overtime. But a 60p, a nice 7, and W5, a Bat, a Guerrilla again, and an RHM.
And for literally Clueless, we have the RHM as well, together with a double Batchat, a Mouse, a double IS7, and a BZ75. So I think mobility and map control wise, this should actually go Clueless's way, simply because of the double Bat and RHM. But I think pure like firepower wise, Salyanka is ahead here.
I quite like Salyanka's lineup a little bit more. We talked about Batchats before, right? And I'm not a fan of them in mass. So they only have one. That's why I just straight up like their lineup more.
I mean, both teams this time with the RHM. So let's see. It is going to be, like, part of the game is going to be Cashback against Shelby Walk, playing it out for the map control, for the informational advantage, as Ian and David do book it in towards the magic forest of Muravanka. Cashback in the RHM is going to take the point of information, as Nuki, the mouse in the middle of the map, does end up taking a shot. But if any tank does end up taking shots, you probably want it to be the mouse. As now we do see the plan unfolding for literally Clueless. It is going to be a push in the east of the map.
A push in the east. Can they catch Sang? That's the big question.
I mean,
He was playing, right? They used to play on him.
Yeah. And
So they know, like, I mean, if Cashback has one more plane, by the way. The i7's also in a lot of trouble. This is a really good start for literally Clueless. These bad shots are going to find this Grilla rather quickly. They're already pushing Dreamer. They have to make sure in this push not to lose too much, not to lose a gun, not to lose anybody for this, because it's so freaky, Han, at this moment in time.
I mean, it should be free, but Lynx here with the third shot, only finding the first one of damage. That being said, though, Dreamer is going to be the first focus here, down to 473. Ian should be the one to pick it up here, as Eclipse still 3 in his clip. He needs 2 more for Katsunk, opts to go back, though, but the first kill goes Clueless's way, as they manage to find Dreamer, and Eclipse still 2 shots remaining, puts 1 into the dirt. Kushti trying to evacuate from the south. In the meanwhile, though, is he going to make it out? Probably not, as he drops down towards a 1-shot. Eclipse bouncing 1, finding another one. 2 versus 1 in the kill department. Clueless ahead right now, at least with kills, but Salyanka showing their teeth here, shooting back.
Yeah, they got to be careful for Clueless. I mean, Kushti was a bit late to evacuate, I think he had, when they had all the info. Those are the minor kind of things. He wouldn't be dead right now if he left a little bit earlier, right? It's overstaying. You're welcome. They had the info from the info point. The cap can get pressured by the side of Salyanka. The issue, however, is that Muravanka has 2 strikes, and they're both located 5 line and 7 line, and under control from Clueless.
Now, Kajaklu, I think he was trying to do a spotting check here. Shooting in the bush, does not get spotted for it. Sees Trash Panda, I think, though, and does put in a shot there. So this means that the team of Salyanka knows the whereabouts of the RHM. They don't know that there is a Batchat behind him, and now actually on the K line there is a push starting by Salyanka. They smell a possibility, but they don't know about the Batchat. Now we do see Vikshare taking a non-pen HE from Kajaklu, but from the sidelines comes in Lynx, and the shots start pouring in. Vikshare is absolutely about to evaporate, not evacuate.
There's no more evacuation for him. His lifeboat has sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Nuki getting tanked by double E5, but the mouse is the one target in the game that wants to tank these kind of shots because it loves it, because it gives its teammates opportunities to come in. Eclipse finishes off Vladislav, now moving on to the Prest, and for literally Clueless, they exploit this split from Salyanka to the absolute max. Find an IS-7, find a Grilla as well, and Salyanka is definitely going to be kicking themselves about that one. They left a lot of holes in their strategy, in their opening, and to be honest, literally Clueless exploited every single one of them. The only thing you can fault them for is not retreating the BZ, and that even with that, they were always very far ahead.
Yeah, and Trash Panda now does learn that the side and back armor of the 60 TP is nothing to speak of. He does get picked up, leaving only Shelby Walk in the RHM alive against the 1.5. So I guess the one that everyone wants, Kolobanov's, still on the table.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've seen Shelby win these every day of the week. I mean, Liberty wins those twice a day, if you ask Gotcha Baby.
Well, I think today...
Man, it's going to be so rough for Baby later. He has to shoot his idol.
Yeah, well, first of all, Shelby does get shot here and takes too many of those. This means that we are at a 2-2 scoreline. So Clueless do make it to tiebreaker against Salyanka. That means 2 best of 5 so far today, and both of them going to tiebreaker. We are getting the biggest possible content extension outside of Darky's stream.
Wow. How long were you practicing that one for? 3 business days? Did you have somebody else write that one for you? Maybe it was Phil.
ChatGPT, Ducky. ChatGPT.
True, you do need some help. I'm glad that we finally reached the age of technology where we have programs assisting you. Nuki, though, 5k on a mouse? That's pretty good. I wonder how much of that was strike damage, though. 1.2?
I mean, he did 9 pens, so not a lot of that was strike damage.
Yeah, and you see where it says including using skills, you could subtract that from his overall damage, and then you get just a friendly tip, yeah?
No, I don't read past the line number 1 or 2, so...
But overall, really good stuff from the Clueless, and this match doesn't deserve a winner right now.
No, like both of the rounds that, either team won, they deserved to win that round, but that's because the opponent was making so many mistakes. Like, yeah.
No, I just don't, I completely agree with my own statement and yours that it just doesn't deserve a winner. Both the rounds that both teams won were deserved wins. Which puts us at the issue that who's going to win this? The other team's going to feel slightly disappointed. However, I would really like it if Clueless was to win this one, because that means that you only get 1 point instead of 2 in the prediction game, right?
So you're already playing that game. No, I was like, maybe Clueless should win this one because that would, for the overall standings, make it a little bit more even.
Sure, yeah, surely. No, but upsets would be good, and I guess at this point we would say Clueless beating Salyanka after them beating Hit and Run is an upset into an upset, which would be ideal.
By the way, also, Salyanka was able to pick the sides on Airfield now. They did pick East.
Makes sense. You have better beeline access on it. Because West Side cannot really go beeline because there's a lot of different angles that shoot the CS if he goes there. So it's a bit harder. So it's understandable, I guess. Maybe it's because of that. Could be.
Yeah, so I guess them preferring the tunes from the East Side. We'll see how it all plays out. I mean, we did already see 2 rounds being played today on Airfield, and both of those were rather weird. I mean, the Centurion AX in the middle of the map trying to take the airstrike and just getting blown up by a lot of hungry TDs springs to mind. Hopefully the teams will have watched this, the teams that are currently playing, and they're not going to be repeating any of those mistakes. But yeah, Airfield is not the fastest of maps either. So, I mean, this match was off to a hot start with Cliff, but I think it slowed down a whole lot on Moravanka, most certainly.
I mean, the Moravankas were explosive, but in a different way, right?
Yeah.
There was like some fight, and then it slowed down a lot, and one team had to make a play because of the situation they're in. Airfield, again, said it in match number 1. You could make a quick play on this, however, it's unlikely.
It is unlikely, not unheard of. It would also be a big gamble to play like a quick play on Airfield of all of the maps in a tiebreaker of a match. Now, Clueless, I mean, this doesn't look like the quickest of plays, to be honest. Link's gonna come in with the 50B. Then we have 1 IS-7, 1 Mouse, Eclipse playing the 705A. We have double E4 and the Rheinmetall.
Salyanka in return, no light, double 60p, IS-7 Mouse, bad for TDU, Bliskavice. What line? I almost like literally Clueless lineup more key. I'm not sure why.
I did too, simply because of the light, to be honest.
Light is hard though on Airfield. You have to play it very well.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be playing it, but...
Oh no, you definitely would be playing it. We've talked about this. If you don't know where you're driving, how am I supposed to know where you're driving?
True. That being said, Kajaklu does get 6 out of the 7 tanks with the plane at the start here, only missing out on Vic's share. in the bat chat, but that is obviously a pretty crucial tank to miss. Opening-wise, also the Bliskovica Kitsang from Salyanka makes its way on towards the balcony, being mirrored by Lynx in that 50B. But yeah, slow opening. I think both of the teams realizing what's at stake here, and at this early stage of the season, any kind of points that you can get are going to be crucial towards getting stage 2, and that is what's at stake here. It is 3 points for stage 2 for either team, and for Clueless, nonetheless, it is actually the first 3 points that they could actually earn.
Yeah, and it puts them back into the race for that stage 2 if a team just, doesn't perform. And that is really, really possible at the end of the day. You get an upset like Salyanka got against Hit and Run, and you are almost chilling in that regard, and you put a lot of pressure on other teams. So we see Shelby take the amphitheater. That's an interesting position. You could spot above it, so you see a lot of the base. It's pretty nice to have, and maybe that's also why they picked Yeeski, because you have that position available. It doesn't work that well from the other side. You see where he's sitting. Gives a lot of information on rotations.
Yes, it does, as we do see more tanks on the team of Clueless constantly spotted than on Salyanka. That being said, Cast to Curse, Kitsank and Bliskovica does get spotted as well. Ian with a swing and a miss against the Bliskovica of Kitsank, and Nuki obviously doesn't want to peek here, not only because he's peeking into higher alpha, but also because while we have been talking a lot, he has been collecting a lot. Cap points, that is 70%, but now Trash Panda and the mouse comes to mirror and stops the cap.
Lynx in the meantime takes one from the 60p, a big one as well. Ian and Kushdi are going to be surprised when they try to peek this, because there is going to be a 40U waiting, and Vladislav has already retreated out of this area. And now Ian is like, well, they're going to be aiming. One of them actually penning, so they're going to be trading roughly equal. Roughly. I mean, Ian takes 2, Dreamer takes 1. It's about the same. But Salyanka building that HP lead by doing more damage, and that is important if this match was to stick with this base.
Yeah, now Trash Panda moving forward in that mouse. Obviously, he doesn't know that the E4s have already kind of evacuated, quote unquote. They have left this position. When does Trash Panda get spotted? It's the question. And the thing is, Lynx is not aiming either. Kushti now in that E4 getting found, takes one by the mouse, but that is a trade in his favor, actually, as I think now Salyanka starting to make the move in the north of the map. The 430U currently not spotted, and I think they sense the advantage as they're able to get the 430U tucked behind the stones. That is a crucial position to have.
Yeah, it's very nice for Salyanka to get the 430U across the B line into a position of power where he's able to play from and reaction here from literally Clueless, taking Ian, Nuki, and Lynx and pushing on towards Kusank. Can they find the kill though, Kihan? That's the big question here. I think Kusank even missing the shot. Ian just going straight up and over on towards that Bliskovica, but that is not going to be enough, Kihan. He needs extra shots. He is getting them, but are they enough? He needs 1 more, I think, or even 2 more. He's going to be forced to drop off now. Lynx on reload. Victor coming in with the bat shot. Easy pickings for him. Getting a full clip out. Eclipse though finds the Bliskovica. That's important. Ian surviving, but not Lynx, however, in that 50B. And Ian, I think, is going to get rammed even by Trash Panda. Can he do something with that? Missing the shot, and Salyanka putting themselves very much ahead in this tiebreaker right now. Nuki getting focused out. Dreamer with the funny button coming in. And that is going to be beautiful for Salyanka. Dreamer finds Ian. Good shot there. We'll find the next shot on towards Nuki as well. And then only 3 tanks left standing for literally Clueless.
History does tend to repeat itself, and once again, like match number 1 here in number 2, it is the favorite that does stumble in 2 rounds, but when it matters in the tiebreaker, they are there with a firm victory that never seemed like it was in any kind of danger. Yeah, Salyanka are, before this round we said it, none of those teams currently deserve to win. I think Salyanka thoroughly deserve the win in this round, and thus they are going to take another 3 crucial points here in stage number 1 of the OLS. Shelby Walk adding insult to injury, the RHM getting sandwiched, and Salyanka locking the win.
Yeah, good for Salyanka, and literally Clueless is going to be very, very sad arguably they deserved a bit more than 0 points out of this match, but it is what it is. You get what you deserve, and so far they're going to continue on 0, but they are showing that they cannot be underestimated. Nonetheless, there was opportunities for them in this match. This airfield, however, I don't think they ever really got to use the light whatsoever. The fort that he was sneaking through the B line was going to be very rough for them. He would slowly just push away the positions, and they realized that they were in trouble.
They did realize it. We can also see here the 50B completely not working out, having to shoot TDs with a Juggernaut ability. That means, yeah, 4 shots, perfect clip, but it's not even going to be 1200 damage. And on the other side, the smiling victors, Salyanka, they do take it a 3-2 in overtime here. That means so far, perfect results for them, basically. 2 matches, 6 points. They are going to be, just smiles all around, possibly even until next Tuesday or after, which is going to be the next stream. That being said and done, I think it is time to look at the schedule, to look at what's next. And here we can see we are once again a little bit behind it already, but that is just due to the fact that two matches
but if you had
gone
the
to
schedule
tiebreaker.
from Tuesday, it would still be ahead. So. You know, we're fine. This is roughly all right. 45 minutes, 50 minutes. Estimates.
This is just our try to prove that this is not scripted, right? Because we keep getting accused of that. But yeah, up next, Mafia versus Hit and Run. However, there's one little thing that we still wanted to mention as well, and that is currently there is a campaign going on the portal, and that is basically for you or your friends. If you haven't logged in into quite some time, then do that right now, because there is heaps and lots of goodies for you and your account. If you do that right now. Back in action, the campaign is called. More details on the portal article. And that all being said and done, let's head over to some replays and let's go into the next batch after.
this year, the Onslaught Legends Series. This is your chance to make the event truly awesome by boosting the prize pool and getting a cool 2D style and other goodies in the process. Contribute now.
Hello there and welcome back to match number 3 of the day. It's gonna be a cracker, hopefully Mafia against Hit and Run, but Ducky, so far I have to say I'm having an absolute blast today.
Yeah, maybe we could get 4 tiebreakers in a row. Been there and done that more than once. Would be funny. It usually happens that way. If it's a tiebreaker day, it's a tiebreaker day.
Mm-hmm. I remember one of those streams, it was I think Clan Showdown. And yeah, it was like 3 tiebreakers in a row. It was the absolute maximum amount of rounds possible in a day. But yeah, this up and coming one, it's actually pretty spicy. Mafia versus Hit and Run. Hit and Run coming off of a loss on round number 1. Meanwhile, though, Mafia, I mean, they have looked pretty crisp, but there was also room for improvement.
But they did what they needed to do, though. They looked really good on Ensk. Their Moro could be indeed a bit better. There was a small mistake there. But for them, let's see how they bring it to this match. Can they actually take down Hit and Run, which is a team on the hunt for proper form?
Yes. I think the biggest opponents of Hit and Run currently are Hit and Run themselves. Somehow, after past appearances on the streams where they have looked unbeatable almost, which mostly was in attack defense, though right now they've hit kind of a dip in their form. And this is also reflecting in the community predictions. Mafia taking the W here with a 69%. Nice.
Crazy. The day that an Invil team has lowest community predictions. That's how the great fall can, you know. They get old and then at some point, you know, people just lose faith in them.
Yeah, I mean, Hit and Run, realistically, they have time and time again now in the OLCs, in the OLS qualifiers, and now I was almost about to say yesterday, but it is already 2 days ago. How time flies. They have looked very beatable. That being said, Ketsai, though, beating the odds for his team still. Kill death ratio 1.0. So basically every time he dies, he drags someone to the grave with him. Almost 4k DPG, 9%, 94% penetration rate. That seems to be the threshold currently that no one's able to break. Tanks played 60 DP and Batchat. Those are 2 pretty different ones, and I think the Batchat mostly coming from the fact that Hit and Run was very much believing in the Batchat on Tuesday.
Yeah, they were very bat heavy. I have an easy way to rig this game. Put in a bench player, tell him to only shoot shots he's gonna pen, and he has a 100% penetration rate. Can be beaten for the whole season.
Yeah, I guess yes. If you can't shoot, if you don't shoot, you can't miss. Right?
Exactly.
But yeah, first of all, the maps that we are going to see in between both of those teams, man, Airfield seems to be the theme of the day, as that one is the first pick by Mafia, answered by Hit and Run's Salyanka, and tiebreaker would be Pilsen. So Airfield, I mean, we just saw it in the tiebreaker. We saw it in match 1 already. It is a map that lends itself to very controlled positional play, to long flanks by, say, Batchats or light tanks, and to realistically not a whole lot else happening until basically one team is forced into a push around the cap. But like we have seen time and time again, that B line taken by, for example, CS63s or 430Us even last match, that can be absolutely detrimental for any team having to push around or wanting to take that northern airstrike. So what do you think? I mean, Mafia, they picked it. They clearly have a plan in mind. Do you think by now that Mafia think they have the advantage here when it comes to positional play to tactical play against hit and run, because a lot of teams are going to be second guessing themselves, whereas back in the day they would be like, all right, hit and run, we have to somehow cheese them, we have to somehow surprise them. Now it looks like hit and run can be beaten on a tactical level.
I mean, if they did feel like they had the tactical positional advantage, that would be already a good thing. Because in the past, a lot of teams, when they played against, like, for example, an Invil team, half the reason why you lose is by coming up against a big name and being like, oh no, we're playing against Invil, or we're playing against hit and run. You have to assume that you're capable of beating anybody. That's the first step. So if they do believe in that they're better now, that's already the first step. Could be. I don't think you can get too confident though, because it's still hit and run.
I mean, Mafia before, they have shown that they are able to make it further in even double elimination brackets against hit and run. I mean, in the Or Less qualifier, I believe they managed to come second, whereas hit and run only came third, right? While Cashback was taking the victory. So if those recent forms are anything to go by, then Mafia should be favored here. And yes, the community predictions did reflect that. So I think mostly here, it is only day 2, and it feels crazy to say, but this might already be like make or break for the morale of hit and run, because like a slip up can always happen against Salyanka on day number 1. But if this trend now continues, and Mafia probably is the more difficult team to beat in between Salyanka and Mafia, even though Salyanka now has won 2
there's
matches
always
in
a
row.
counter argument against this. When you play against a team like Salyanka, you don't exactly know how they're going to play because you don't have a lot of experience against them. When you play against a team like Mafia, you can predict the playstyle, and maybe hit and run, going off of a narrative here, is the kind of team that just does better when they can predict what their opponent is going to do or likes to do. That is something you have to always consider.
All right, so we've been talking a lot about who should be favored, who could be favored. All of us are saying this one's going to Tiebreaker, which might mean that it's possibly not going to. But yeah, Moff and I are saying hit and run is going to take this one. Daki is saying the gentleman, Mafia, will be taking home the points.
So why did you go with hit and run? Because it looked like you were on the Mafia hype train, and now all of a sudden you're like the good old switcheroo.
Well, this day has been so unpredictable that...
But you filled in this prediction like 3 days ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, what? What are you? Hello?
I was trying to sound like 300 IQ, but yeah, I did fill in 3 days ago.
Nah,
Anyway.
dude, not on this broadcast, Kian. You don't get to do that.
All right, Mafia coming in though with double IS7, double mouse 175A, a CS63, and an E4.
Double E4 for the side of hit and run, though. A bad 277 mouse, double 60 TP. So these teams believing in normal tanks, basically. And you see the TDs here, Panther Fury and Monster, how quick they are, right? With that double E4, activating the ability immediately. Ketsai and Chaki is taking the beeline. In the bad shot and the 277. I mean, Kubash
miss.
fluffing the shot there. So Chaki and Ketsai able to take for free. Very good.
And Chucky did get spotted, however, by Kubash. So the info on both of those tanks is available. Another fluff coming out. This time it's Chucky not hitting the CS63 of Kubash. But Monster and Panther Fury now in that E4, they know that they can advance. I'm kind of surprised that they're not even opting for the artillery strike on the lower side. That being said, they're maybe a little bit afraid because there wasn't a lot of info available up until now, which is where all of the 7 Mafia tanks have been spotted because of the spotting point that has been taken in B56. And this is where we should probably see Panther Fury taking that artillery strike for free, as he is.
He is taking the strike. Barkis is going up, takes one, might take one from Piotr as well. Minus 1.6 for Barkis in that 705A. Mafia realizes we have to react. We have to do something. We can't sit like we're doing because it's going to be really rough for us. And hit and run. Kian, great opening. Takes beeline, predicts the mid play, double punishes it. Yeah, they have to give up the strike to Profuse, but I mean,
It's strike versus strike realistically, and the information tower is in possession of hit and run. So over time, they are going to generate more POI, and right now, hit and run do have more damage dealt. So it's up to Mafia to do something. They are triple capping now, so 17 seconds for hit and run to do something, but realistically the strike should still be up and available as Piotr and Conrad traded out. But that's actually a good trade for hit and run, because the 60 TP, while having the same alpha as the E4, has more HP to start with.
It's an even trade, but it becomes a good trade because of the HP pool. Very smart, Kihan. That's a complex theory. You could say that you got a PhD in World of Tanks even, if you continue this way.
That is actually being held by only a singular person on the world, and he is not on this stream. Conrad, though, peeking up against Ketsai, does not end up taking a shot, but Ketsai does get spotted for this one, not opting for the reload right now, and he would have a very long one, because I don't think... he has 2 charges, so it would be okay-ish, but holding on for the to the shots for now. That being said, now he pops the ability, so he's going to be on 5 again soon.
Yeah, Ketsai just playing this area. The 277 was able to leave fully. I think Hit and Run is in such a prime position, Key, right now. If you're looking at it, they have beeline, they've reestablished middle, they have the balcony. Cap's not really a worry either. It can't be much better than this.
No. And realistically, what is Mafia supposed to do? The Batchat in the north, Ketsai, he is locking down the northern strike. There is no one that's going to be able to take it against the Batchat controlling without huge damage and punishment taken. And Rexa here is continuously blocking. Yeah, Piotr is going for the flank on towards Barkis, and this is actually hit and run, bringing the aggression. Barkis is completely getting collapsed upon, is getting blown to pieces.
Yeah, quick peek from everybody on the hit and run side. They are able to eliminate one target. They're now backing off. Rexer in the mouse, taking a lot of punishment, but they've done what they needed to do. They found the kill, and now they're transitioning to the middle with Piotr in that 60 TP, aggressing on towards one of those IS-7s in the mid area. Chucky fallen back in return though, but hit and run have to be careful. The HP trades were not ideal, Kihan, and of course the Batchat not in the fight right now.
The Batchat not in the fight. I think he's shooting in towards the side of Orzek right now, who is reversing on towards the balcony. Has to unangle against all the tanks in front of him. All of a sudden, Marcel fighting against E4, who have the ability active. They're driving forward. They're chasing him in towards Ketsai. Even Conrad here taking a big one. Make that 2 to the face. Going down towards a one-shot. Is this Mafia faltering in game number 1? The HP are still close, but hit and run have the HP advantage. Now they're bringing everyone, and YOLO in that IS-7 together with Kubash. They are going to pounce on T-Sec, but hit and run have the overmatch in the north.
Hit and run have everything. HP, tanks, only T-Sec isolated. Piotr now going for Orchek, but I think they're going to try and focus out Marcel first in that mouse because he's surrounded from all angles. Ketsai now coming in as well with the Batchat 25T to pick up another kill. 4 Mafia tanks left standing, and hit and run, after a disappointing result against Salyanka, are now coming back against Mafia. Arguably the harder opponent, but with what an opening for them, doing all the right moves in all the right places, and are able to be picking up round number 1 of Airfield. Really good stuff there from them. This opening was amazing.
All the right moves in all the right places, and probably a lot of smiling faces for hit and run here. That really did have a disappointing day number 1, but they do have a good game number 1 in this match here against their rivals of Mafia. Chucky to shut down Orzek, and yes, the HP seem kind of close, but YOLO, that's only 1 gun against the 5 of hit and run. Ketsai coming in against YOLO with the clip is going to make sure to pen every single one, and hit and run, the purple menace, take round number 1.
They were always controlling the game. They made Mafia play on their terms. Mafia couldn't do anything. They had no game plan that worked against hit and run. Lost beeline. 277 retreats from beeline. Retake mid, and then you see the 705A, which was a reaction to the beeline pressure, but then becomes the linchpin in the strategy. The one tank that is completely isolated and able to get pushed on, and he just disappears in a second. And yeah, Mafia, they show that they know how to shoot. Of course, they do a lot of damage in return, but they were on such a inferior position that nothing could really save them anymore.
Honestly, thinking back, I think Mafia just lost this on opening. After the first 60 seconds of the game had been played, it seemed like there was nothing really that Mafia could do without losing huge amounts of HP in the process, whereas Hit and Run were able to rotate, they had strike control, they had information tower control, and they just had control of the game. So Hit and Run's opening here superior, and yeah, Mafia, you said it, they were able to punish the peaks that Hit and Run did, but the peaks were well calculated, they were coordinated, and I think an absolutely deserved round win number 1 for Hit and Run.
Yeah, that's the Hit and Run you want to see. That have a really good strat. Maybe against Salyanka, talked about it as well with my NA friends, that maybe they try to overcook it, too complicated, and they should have gone for the simple, we are better than you at a video game. We're going to just drive at you and kill you. Against Mafia, however, that you do approach this in a different way. You probably can cook these kind of strategies that they're doing. And Mafia, they really needs to do something from the other side, because that was Hit and Run in a really good spot. And if you let that team get rolling, maybe they can find that that spirit that's been lost for a little bit.
And on top of that comes the fact that we had in the previous match the tiebreaker on Airfield, where I asked you, well, which side would you prefer? And it was like, yeah, East, probably on Airfield. Not that it's a huge difference, but well, Hit and Run did just win from West. So maybe, I don't know, 51-49, something like that. But yeah, if you would have gotten the choice, then Mafia did just lose from the quote-unquote stronger or preferable one, is maybe the word to use. It's going to get flipped now, but yeah, I think Hit and Run having a really strong opening against what Mafia was doing, and it speaks to their prowess that they never lost control of it after.
No, it's just like, you know, they lost a lot of HP, but it was all calculated, like you said. It was trade HP, but in return, we find the kill, and then after the kill, we just keep going off of that. And the Batcha was really annoying, actually, from Beeline. He wasn't in the fire, but he was such a nuisance.
Mm-hmm. And, I mean, Batchat, since the buff plus the Onslaught modifier, and he was probably shooting heat at the Super Heavies, that becomes a really, really dangerous prospect to fight against. Because at any point in the clip, as soon as you do like 2-3 shots, then, you know, you can just reload and come in with fully reloaded magazine. That being said, though, Hit and Run, they did lose 2 rounds last Tuesday with the triple Batchat. Maybe they can turn it around here on Airfield, because once again, triple Batchat, double mouse and double 60 TPs. Once again, they are in the kitchen.
They are in the kitchen. More normal lineup for Mafia, okay. 60 PI7, double mouse, yes. Just here before E4. How do you use triple Batchat on Airfield?
I guess Hit and Run are gonna try and show us, because off the top of my head, nothing really springs to mind, because like driving in towards the cap, the Batchat is just so squishy. I wouldn't really like it there. Katsai and Kubash gonna probably spot each other out here. Kubash in speedy mode obviously doesn't connect the shot on towards Katsai here. Does opt against going in towards the airstrike. I think that is a very mature decision, probably pre-planned as well in the tactic. If you see anyone, don't commit. YOLO coming in with the 268v4 as well. Is he going to commit in? No, he's also going to stay there. Piotr is going to put crossfire if he can with the Batchat from the B8 bush/rock position, and Barkis pushing in Marcel. This is Mafia once again with a very, very straightforward approach on towards the cap, and this time Hit and Run is close with a lot of tanks as well, but keep in mind, Ketsa is one of those in the Batchat, and Piotr, his clip will also be spent at some point in time, as Marcel gets a good shot in towards Chucky, so good trade. Thinks about pushing down as he takes one in return. Pansfury taking one by Barkis as well, ends up trading, however, and now Mafia will probably take this strike.
There's a CS taking Beeline. Ketsa might spot him on the last crossing. Should spot him now. He spots him out. There's Kubash. Chucky is just dumpstering back in already, though. The CS63 of Kubash taking one, but that's not a lot. And here comes Rexar, here comes T-Sec and Fury as well. They found that mouse. They want to get the overmatch, and the bad shots are pretty good for this, because now the clip potential coming into effect as Ketsai is able to delete Marcel, and now even tracking YOLO, that 268v4 with the Juggernaut ability key hand. We talked about it against those tanks with a lot of shells. It's not that great, and hit and run don't seem to stop just yet. They want to continue on. Orchek needs to fall back, but Rexar and Chucky really want to take this fight.
Rexa and Chucky really duking it out here against Barkis, who realizes he cannot be shooting Chucky, who takes a lot of damage here. I think that was a strike, plus the CS coming in from the sidelines here, who is probably having a field day. But is it enough is the question. 1-1 in the kill department, and the HP are dead. Even Ketsai coming in with the full clip. Ozek forced to dip down into the dip, actually. Does end up ramming Rexa. Drops towards one shot. Double kill for Hit and Run. One answer on towards Piotr, but he was reloading. Monster here on the full reload with a bad shot as well. This one is still neck and neck, but Mafia have the HP advantage, and Ketsai is not dealing damage right now. Same with Piotr. When do the bad shots come off of reload is the question.
Pretty soon, as Ketsai has 5 shells available. T-Sec is going to be shooting Conrad. You would hope they're actually going to focus out Profuse. No, Conrad needs to be the focus. Now Panther Fury, please finish him. Panther Fury does get the finish on towards Conrad. Pretty important. Now Hit and Run are going to probably try to slow down the game a little bit. Get those reloads going on Monster. Get a strike going potentially as well. Ooh, Fury falls though against YOLO. Now though, they need to cover T-Sec, because he's getting pushed upon by YOLO. Good shot there from Kubash on towards this 60 TP. He's been doing a lot of damage, I think.
Yeah, and the thing is, Ketsai, I think, is going to be the playmaker from here on out. 2.4 KHP on that bad chat here, and he can one-clip YOLO. Profuse and Kubash not in the one-clip department, however, so all of a sudden Mafia with 6.2 KHP trying to stabilize the game. And I think, yeah, YOLO is going to go in towards the Arty strike, while Kubash does end up take the point of information. So once again, we have the team with the North control having 2 points of interest against the one possible one for Hit and Run right now that do have the roaming Batchers but are nowhere close, and they're actually going to send T-Sec towards the Arty strike in the middle of the map.
Yeah, Monster's in a lot of trouble right now. Don't know if he's going to be able to hide somewhere, because he's getting pushed by Profuse and Kubash. He needs to run right now. I think he realized it just in the nick of time that he has to get out, and he will be able to get out. I think Profuse going, Monster just about escaping. I think he even has low noise. He's gonna stick in the bush though.
I'm not sure if I like that.
I'm not sure if I like it either, Kihan. But Ketsai's moving in though. They know where YOLO is as well. It's a cat and mouse kind of game now. Can Ketsai find the 268v4 by himself? Monster with another good spot though. He sees Profuse. Ketsai may take this opportunity to try and find YOLO, but the way is shut. The way is shut.
Yeah, and once again, those are dead, guarded. There is a, I think, dead CS or something on the way, so Ketsai wasn't able to get the flank on towards YOLO here, possibly an IS-7 as well. Not really, wasn't really sure what exactly that wreck was, but all of a sudden, T-Sec falls towards YOLO. A good pickup off screen by the 268v4 player, and this means now Mafia is currently, at least, winning this round number 2 on airfield for sure, simply because they have more kills at this point in time. So it is Ketsai and Piotr, the dynamic duo here, as Ketsai starts to peek down against Profuse, takes a shot of damage here. Ketsai actually sliding down here because I think he got tracked, and now Kubash will be able to dish out his DPM with that CS63 against Ketsai as well. Profuse with a good shot. YOLO coming in. Is he gonna get the pickup? He does. Shut down is Ketsai, the bad chat with all of the HP for Hit and Run. And in game number 1, it looked so good for them. But game number 2, once again, it all starts falling apart for the purple team.
This is where, again, Hit and Run, man, in a round where you think, ah, my God, they're doing it. They're making it work. They're doing the good rotations. Some major failures in their team coming into effect. Piotr should never blow up in the bad shot in that scenario when they were pushing like that. He could have definitely stayed alive, 1. But Chucky and his buddy in the mouse Rexstar, they took aggro too early, Kihan. You could clearly see that the rest of the team was not ready yet, and even one of them died before the bad shots were pushing in. That is not what you want to see. Monster trying to climb, won't make it. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's over anyways. But the mouse is key. They engaged too early. They didn't wait for the bad shots to come in.
Yeah. I mean, it was pretty close at some point in time. But yeah, the mouse is engaging too early. And when the start of that repush on towards the northern strike happened, I mean, yeah, time runs out, and Monster with that weird interaction at the end of the game where you can't really do anything anymore except stare at the enemy because your controls are locked up already. But yeah, the start of the re-engage by hit and run looked for me strangely like the OLS qualifier, where Mafia ended up losing the match in that round on airfield against Cashback, right? Because there was one tank committed in towards the strike, and then the repush happened, and you thought, oh, that tank that's committed in is actually like a tasty snack for the repushing team. And it was, but the bat shots were just too late. It was just too disjointed.
I don't think the bat shots were too late. I think that's wrong. I don't think you can blame the bats. They were driving. Piotr was coming from the back line ski. So I honestly think it's the mouse's mistake. It's not the bat shots.
Too early, you mean?
Yes, it's not the bat shots that are supposed to drive quicker, you know? They can't just magically speed up. But the mouses could wait.
Yeah, and as we do see the damage numbers, we see YOLO and Kubash sharing 6 of the 6 kills of their team between them. So a good stuff for them. And Mafia, after a round number 1, where honestly I thought I was seeing the hit and run from the quote-unquote good old times. Yeah, this round number 2, once again, just so far off of greatness.
I would say this is another trophy hit and run, though. I really would say that they had this game in their hands and that they then decided to throw it away. I honestly think that much. If they have the synchro, the timing that they used to have, and they used to have it. If they had that here, the mouses would wait a little bit. The batches come, the mouses go forward. It's a 7-man push. The I7 isn't there. They just overwhelm the tanks that are close.
All right, so Mafia's pick of airfield getting split 1-1. Now it is on to Hit and Run's pick of Salyanka. This is the one they chose to be their map for this match. So hopefully for them, they've got a plan prepared. And for Mafia, I mean, they must be happy with the result of airfield, because realistically, in round number 1, they didn't hold a candle towards what Hit and Run was doing. It was just straight up better by Hit and Run. But round number 2, it can be one of those tilters.
I would say that's a tilter because they know that they're winning. They know that they're ahead. They killed the mouse off. They found the second mouse, and even it should be their game, and that's why. But this is starting to be classic Hit and Run, though. Those kind of games that they shouldn't be losing, they are losing.
And it, like classic Hit and Run, used to be the games that they shouldn't be winning. They were taking time and time again.
It's the reverse worlds. They're I don't know. I don't know what has happened to this team.
I mean, some player changes, but those were supposed to make them stronger, right?
Yes.
And on paper, they did. But in practicality, apparently not. As hard as it sounds. Now, both teams want to do better than they did on map number 1 just to be able to finish it off in regular time, or are we going to get our third tiebreaker of the day is the question. Mafia coming in on Salyanka with a 60p mouse, a CS63, a 430 Foch B, and double V4.
And Urman, on the other hand, triple to 684, Centurion AX, bad shot, and double to 77, no light tanks whatsoever. So probably some initial aggression, Gihan, around that factory area with very little sent to the offside.
All right, so it's basically going to be, well, Inspire medium and mobile heavy tanks against Funny Button medium and more, heavier heavy tanks. Both of the teams bringing a triple TD, the difference there being the Fosh, obviously, with the Turbo Sponge. But let's see what Hit and Run has cooked up here on their map pick, as Kubash does commit in against Rexa and Chucky, who look for the recommit in those 277s. Rexa taking one here. Kubash immediately trying to evacuate, is going to get a good shot in towards Rexa, takes one in return, but Hit and Run do not look to stop. This is something that they tried already, I think, on day number 1. Immediately put the pressure on towards the teams. Kubash getting caught by Piotr, taking another one from the side. Now stops here, but Piotr is always supposed to win this engagement.
Well, Piotr is not going to just win this engagement, he's going to dominate this engagement. Now though, the triple V4 in the cap against double V4 in 60p, T-Sec, Panther Fury and Monster. The echelon of V4s they're trying to hold. There, Katsai will be in a little bit of trouble though in that AX against the 4 to the U, pushing him that TPM fight unless there's shots coming in from the back lines, and there is, but there's not enough. Katsai is going to be losing out here against Orchek, and the strike already used, so Orchek's going to find the kill in return, making it basically all even. Piotr has found Kubash as expected. Ooh, the miss though, he really needs to kill him. Monster and Chucky now coming back in, and you start to wonder, Kihan, good hit and run throw this? I don't think so. Look at the HP, 3000 now. Piotr finds Kubash there, finding Barkis as well. The Force P struggles in these kind of games. He does pull around the corner, but unless Orchek does some miracles here, Kihan, I don't see it.
Indeed, 6 versus 6 right now, but the Fosh is reloading, so it's not going to be on the cards. The Fosh is also down and out at this point. The 430U from the sidelines trying to do what he can with his DPM as Chucky goes down, gets killed by the mouse. Conrad loading right now on 27 HP as YOLO falls as well, but in turn T-Sec bites the dust. All of a sudden though, the HP are dead. Even Conrad, however, gets picked up as Piotr is finally here with another full clip to finish it off here against Marcel in the mouse that gets double teamed by Piotr and Rexa. The one bounce coming out, meaning Marcel will get one more shot of damage. Not that it matters. Hit and Run manage to hit and surprise Mafia on Salyanka round 1.
Is it Mickey hand, or is there this point in the game where you're like, oh, Hit and Run is really, really chilling, and then all of a sudden you're like,
they're kind of not.
They're not chilling that much anymore. Like, I see some rain clouds, and then at some point you're like, is that a storm I see in the distance?
Yeah, no, the storm is, almost in the airplane to China, but
it's just weird. Like, it's just really, really weird because, like, they're so far ahead. They really, really are. Kubash is just like, here, Piotr, you want some damage? I give it to you. But then in the mid round, it feels like they're just losing the little bit of focus and coordination that they were able to have better in the past. They still bring it home, but I feel like it should be cleaner.
I also feel this way because Hit and Run used to be, when it comes to, in terms of cleanliness, right? They were surgical, and that is not the case anymore, at least in these kind of games. It should be mentioned, however, that they are fighting Mafia, and Mafia obviously is a gigantic team, player skill-wise, in their own right. But yeah, Hit and Run, they don't look as clean. But at the end of the day,
on the
they
flip
do
side,
pick up the round.
We're talking a lot about Hit and Run here, right? And how Hit and Run don't seem like the team they used to be in the past. Mafia, Key, they haven't even shown up in this match, in my opinion. They should have lost 3-0. They, on player skill, I think, and on the bit of lucky timing, they won the second airfield, which shows that, they're still a good team. They played it out well at the end. But Hit and Run could say that they could be up 3-0 right now. I don't think you can say that from Mafia's side.
Absolutely not.
This one round they have right now is the max. And even there, it could be like, yeah, you got that round, but it could have been Hit and Run taking it 3-0. So I as much as we're like, oh, Hit and Run don't seem that great. Where's Mafia from the last chance qualifier right now?
Not yet here, it seems, but they have at least one more chance to show us where they've been. That is going to be the second round on the map pick of Hit and Run, mind you. But yeah, Hit and Run are going to make it to match point here now, and this in turn is going to mean that they will try everything to avoid the third tiebreaker in a row.
I mean, Hit and Run needs to finish this off. They need this match to put them back. Losing 2 matches would be a disaster for them, Key. Let's be real. That's not how they want to start. Mafia already got a win, at least, right?
And against W, no less.
Well, that's another team that still needs to prove themselves.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so any tanks, by the way, that you would have expected to see that we haven't yet?
Panzer.
Oh, true. Yes, true and real.
Panzer. Did we see? We saw the 5A already, right?
We saw 5A. I think we also saw 50Ms. No.
Have we seen any 50Ms?
Not sure, and it doesn't look like we are going to do so right now, as possibly the last round of the match on our hands. Mafia do come in with a 60 TP, a mouse, a Batchat 25T, CS63, 268v4 times 2, and the RHM.
Hit and run, no light tank for them. Double 277, Bat, AX, triple V4 looks to be the same as round number 1. Will they play the same? That's the big question. Can Mafia finally show up in this match after 3 rounds where they were pretty much bystanders to what was happening?
Bystanders that managed to catch one of the rounds that was flying by, actually, but good spot coming out from YOLO. All 7 tanks spotted for hit and run. So this one is now Mafia's to react to. Kubash once again getting sent towards the strike in that CS63. And remember what happened last round. Him going there, getting chased off by the 277s meant that he would then get picked up 10 out of 10 times by the Batchat. Already adjustment coming out from Mafia, sending YOLO there as well with the RHM to help against the Batchat. And also in the backlines on the minimap, we can see another Batchat coming from hit and run. All of those tanks now spotted, however, and Kubash taking a lot of damage by the 277s.
Yeah, they do know that Piotr's in the south and Piotr has to run, and he's already getting chip damage on the way out. And as a result, hit and run will have to react themselves by pushing over this northern area. The sea line, they're going for Profuse, and I think Rexar and Chucky are going to be like, okay, Piotr, you're dead, we're sorry, round 1 was yours, this one is ours. As now Orchek is just pushing into them. Monster coming as well. Bark is trying to make the way out, but there is not really any escape for these 264s. They will find another 277, which is Chucky, as Conrad picks up Piotr, but that took 2 times from Mafia to find that kill. Can hit and run actually do something in return? Can they actually find the kills? They find Profuse now. Rexar trying to put these tanks stuck in the lower area, and Orchek currently without ability. Kihan, he could explode here against Tisek if he can hit the shot. Does manage to activate it in the nick of time, but Rexar should be making the kill there. Orchek falling, and now it's just a healthy mouse of Marcel getting surrounded by Ketsai, and the problems seem to be stacking up for the side of Mafia as Bark is in hot retreat. But where does he go? Where does he run? He's getting chased down by the pack of hit and run, which are definitely hitting in all the right places.
Indeed, another shot connecting in towards Barkis from Piotr, who drops down towards one shot as well. But the thing is, Mafia, they still have a lot of very, very light and mobile tanks to play with, as Katsai is doing a beautiful job of surrounding a helpless mouse here with a Centurion AX. A shot whizzing past him. Good shot from Katsai coming in towards Marcel. Now behind him, that mouse is dead in the water, just as Barkis falls as well. So hit and run, they're going to have the advantage in the kill department as well. Katsai just not even toying with the food, just devouring the mouse whole with that Centurion Action X. And now hit and run in prime position to take the round. Tisek is going to take the artillery strike as well, as Conrad, YOLO and Kubaj have a monumental task in front of them, but Monster is only on 243 HP. So there is a way back into this game, but it is narrow and full of dangers.
The night is dark and full of terror for Mafia. It's been not their match whatsoever, Key. I think that is fair to say. We've hammered on hit and run a little bit about how they're not the team that they're supposed to be, but this Mafia, unrecognizable from before. Hit and run, even with not execution, dominating this match, Key. I mean, they could still throw this. It's just very, very unlikely at this point. With 5 guns left alive, nobody really in position to die. They have everything going for them. And it's really good to see from hit and run. Good reactions as well. Mafia tried to counter-strat by going for Piotr, but exposed their heavies at C6 in return for this.
All right, Conrad gonna open up fire on towards Ketsai, gets 2 for 1 currently, but Ketsai obviously has the rep kit available, able to get behind cover here. Conrad now feels pressured in towards this engagement as Kubash picks up Rexa in that 277. Conrad still having enough shots available for the Centurion. Action X doing 1 possible second. He still has 1 in the clip for Piotr if he hits this, for Monster, sorry, if it hits this shot here. This would be huge. He does end up fluffing it though, and Pan's Fury is gonna come in from the sidelines to secure the kill. The hero play turns out to be reduced to rubble.
Not over, actually.
YOLO is spotted though. YOLO is spotted here. He does take the artillery strike.
He
does
dodged.
he get picked up? Oh my goodness.
Can he get Monster? He missed.
He misses. He misses
He missed
Monster with the strike.
No. It was so important that he hit Monster. If he
Oh
kills
my-
Monster, it's a 2v2 and they're just hiding in the bushes, you know? And he could sneak by again. No, that's a disaster.
I mean, the thing is, you know, once okay, Kubash now pushing T-Sec here, but the thing is, there is 1 strike that Monster just took here. He could put it onto Kubash, decides against it though, because he wants to keep it for the RHM. Never mind, he reduces Kubash to a certain 1 shot, and Pan's Fury 2.5k HP. Humpity dumpity, but coming in is the V4, and he is going to kill Kubash, remove him from the game. YOLO 1 versus 3 situation, a light and a dream.
A light and a dream. He has to somehow find Monster, but Monster already spots him out and picks up the kill as well. Some magic was possible there, Kihan. If the CS and the RHM were able to play from bushes together, T-Sec was low HP. Like, he would just die out in the open. So there's only Panzer Fury left then. But he missed the strike. And it was a very important strike.
It was a very important strike, or if the Batchat before that hits actually like the 2684 and pens him. I mean, the Batchat dies regardless, but then you're able to keep the strike for something else and, you know, play from there. But yeah, hit and run. I would say stumbling, but actually they had a very good round number 1. They had a very good round number 3 in the match, and now in this round number 4, by sheer willpower, it almost seemed like, and also with a monstrous performance on Ketsai, who was simply able to outplay Marcel here, able to take their first 3 points in the OLS.
And not against just any team, Mafia, the team to bite the bullet for Hit and Run's first win. They were really tactically ahead in every round, I think. They showed up to this match. It wasn't perfect just yet. I think it wasn't like how good they were in the past either, but it was an important win.
This was an important win. This was, once again, a cracker of a match to spectate. Almost with a heartbreak there into tiebreaker, but I guess we can't have it all. That being said, this is going to conclude match number 3 of the day. First of all, let's take a look at the schedule of the day. And then, I mean, this one has been quite the crazy day so far already. But yeah, schedule of the day, as you can see, this was just Mafia versus Hit and Run. The last match is going to be a treat as well. Cashback versus W. Also, once more, the reminder, if you didn't get it after the last match, or if you weren't there for that time being, if you haven't logged into the game for quite some while, there is a campaign going on right now. On the portal is more information in an article, but long story short, right now, if you haven't logged in for a while, Back in Action is going on. Log into the game, get lots of rewards, get some cool rental tanks, and hopefully you'll have a lot of fun returning to World of Tanks. All right, that's going to be it for match 3. We'll be back with the final one after some replays. drama unfolding on Westfield. It's lucky probably reloading HP at this point. The Panther, he doesn't have any boosts remaining, but he gets the shot. And now the Clueless guys are showing.
You can dispraise me and you can condemn me for everything that brings me spark in my life. I was ashamed of my morals and principles, tried to achieve my own goals, choose my path.
We are not monsters, we are different believers we play. We are not monsters, we are the best in the game.
And here we are, back again for the final match of the day, and what a day it has been so far. I would say we have witnessed 3 matches that would be deserving of the, you know, attribute of banger. Hopefully this 4th one is able to live up to it. It is going to be in between a Cashback and a W.
Yeah, the biggest question here, Gihan, is if W is going to be able to tiki-taka, and pim-pam, like Alex would say, all over Cashback. That's a big question. And if Alex and Liberty are still going to be lovers after this match, right?
That little bromance that you keep referring to, it might turn into, you know,
I could
cold-blooded rivalry.
I could see Alex, you know, just shed a tear as he has to put Liberty down in one of these rounds. You know, like, I'm sorry, my love. It's for the best.
For the best of my team, that is. But yeah, Cashback coming in here. In their own right, they are an extremely strong team. So far, the only team in the tournament to not drop around. Or not in the tournament as well, I guess, event in the OLS.
Now W, Kihan. We know Cashback is a very, very strong team. They are performing. They're always really up there. W key. Can they bring it?
I am torn inside. It is their performances. I think last Tuesday, their performance actually sums it up pretty well. Having good rounds, having bad rounds, being a team you are excited to root for at times, being a team that you are thoroughly disappointed at other times, so close to greatness, and then losing and just not making it over the finish line.
There's no better team to finally prove yourself a bit than Cashback, though. Huh? Taking on Cashback would be a statement.
Indeed. Cashback so far, or before the day, held a spot #1 in the OLS. Now, community predictions, actually, I would have expected it to be a bit more brutal, but actually 79% for Cashback, 21% for W, so quite some respect for the players on the team of W. But yeah, Cashback is no doubt in most people's mind the favorite here. And for W, it is yet another opportunity to prove themselves. Maybe this is the one where they actually do.
21% is a bit little, Loki.
Yeah, it's a 5th, basically.
Look who we have here. The tiki-taka ping pong legend himself, dude.
Yeah, I mean, KD of 1, all right, but 4.8k damage is a lot. And finally, we are not stuck on that 94% pen rate, so got you, baby, there. Maybe some blind shots, but yeah, 77 is below what we saw from the other players. The tanks so far being played, keep in mind the amount of battles to go with rather low at this point in time, but a Centurion Action X and 430U.
That's his tanks. He he plays those DPM mediums or Inspire mediums. Or I think he also plays Bliskovica. Well, I think we'll see him play that at some point. But map pick and bans goes down into Morovanka.
All right, Morovanka especially is going to be a very interesting one because W had some quite curious strategies, I think, to show us on Tuesday on Morovanka already. Cashback, first of all, picking Ghost Town, though, and I think that is quite unsurprising. They are starting to make Ghost Town their backyard.
Can they make Ghost Town their backyard? Because Ghost Town is a very, very good map for Cashback, so W needs to perform on this one, needs to have some cooking. What I will say, though, is the style I think that W played against Mafia, this very quick, aggressive push style, is one that can catch Cashback on this map, because they like playing specialist tanks.
Yes, so for those that weren't there on Tuesday, actually one of the rounds, not sure if both, but Cashback brought a lineup of 7 different tanks, and obviously 7 different tanks means that in their own specific roles, they will be performing very well, but in the brunt of a shootout, that is where you need, like, tanks with good cohesion. All right, predictions, though, Moff and I both saying it's going to be 3-1. Meanwhile, did you get another shipment of Jackifer Copium? 3-2 for W.
I mean, since he's not playing, there's a lot of Copium left over for the rest of us.
I mean, he was apparently molding on Tuesday, simply watching. So, man has transcended. He doesn't, like, mold anymore from playing. He simply molds from watching his team play.
That's impressive. Second-hand mold.
Recycling going on. Can't fault him for, being green there. But yeah, Cashback coming into this one with a double mouse, a 277, 705A Leopard, quite unsurprising. They like bringing that, and the EBR and RHM, we've seen that from them as well.
Yeah, specialist tanks, right, across the board. W in return, though, triple to 68v4, double Bliskovica, a 60p, and an RHM. This lineup does work, IMO, against EBR, RHM, Leo, Kiant.
Yeah, because the thing that we spoke about, aggression from the start in towards the faces of the Cashback lineup with a lot of tanks with cohesion, is something that can break those specialist tanks. The EBR of Little does not get spotted. Currently, he's standing and waiting there in the EBR. Not sure if he's trying to dodge or if he is timed out. That is obviously a possibility for him as well. As now, I mean, they do continue playing here. So obviously in Onslaught, as soon as the countdown ends, you're not able to call for the restart anymore. So Little probably has to do his best to get back into the game. But W, they are not going to know that there is an EBR timed out because I don't think he was spotted at the start. So probably not the worst of timeouts here for Cashback, although you never want to have this happen.
I mean, Cashback does have control over one strike already. Double V4 from on the side of W, pushing up on towards that other strike, probably even going to push past Clurv, starting to pressure the 277 a little bit, wants to take that strike. Itox and Click now in the cap. Clurv better hurry up with that strike, man. If he gets reset once, he has to get out of there. But I think he's fine actually taking that one. I don't think that Cashback will waste their strike on trying to reset him either, although I could be wrong on that, but I don't think so. And now W has started capping though, Kihan. Can they keep this pressure up? Can they actually force Cashback close?
We'll see. Little now in the game, and the EBR is starting to clear the east of the field here. Might even go and fancy himself a bit of an information tower as Itox and Click continuously getting reset in those 268v4s from the outside, from the D1 position. There's a 277 sitting there continuously shooting, and that 277 has 340 heat pen that is not being lost over distance.
Can W actually do something with this? Because right now, Key, they're not really achieving too much. I mean, Frugo wants to join the cap, and it just seems like the tanks from W are just getting shot from angles. Another 277, I think, even found a shot on towards Itox from D1. Clurf is getting plain, so he has to run away. And what has W actually achieved? I mean, look at them. They're surrounded.
Indeed, they have achieved that a push in towards any direction should net them immediate aggression by the enemy team. Now I think W is starting to realize this, wanting to push out, and they are indeed abandoning the eastern part of the map. And what's there? Double Mouse and 705A, those might be out of the fight. So W, I mean, they're super far down in HP, and that is the biggest problem for them right now. But as soon as they're able to get safe from those super heavies in the city, this might actually not be too bad for them. Is if they can somehow manage to not lose too much HP on the approach here against the tanks that are entrenched on the 1-2.
They need to just go for it at this point. Miku, Itox, Click, they're all trying to get into this fight, but they're missing a lot of shots. Can Klurv actually nail Little? Can he find the shot? No, he misses. Would have been huge to find that kill on the EBR. Doesn't get it though now. Ice Set being chased down. Itox in the open though, dropped low already, but Squeezy also dropped low. Itox trying to survive here. He needs a friend though. Oh, the bounce from Squeezy actually on the side of that 216 before. Bit rough there from him. Frugo getting tracked, getting held. Now they need somebody to finish this 277. It's going to be Gotcha Baby to come in. HP is really bad though, Kihan. Like really, it's a disaster. Klurf now falling against Little, actually. Missing into dying, Kihan. The worst possible outcome for him.
Yeah, indeed, a Little from a 0 at the start to hero in the north for his team. Sorry, in the south actually, in the EBR, as Liberty is playing once again. His trade, playing beautiful games in the RHM Panzerwagen, as he is doing right now, playing 1 versus 3. Does get spotted here now though, but this game, I mean, we almost wrote it off here as Coyote puts another one in towards Tarksik. Tarksik looking for the shot, but does only get the bounce against the 705A. Got you, baby, falling as well. And all of a sudden, W, they do have 2,200 HP and not a whole lot else, as Coyote playing it beautifully against Tarksik.
Yeah, Liberty even escaping on that light. And yeah, W didn't really have much. And if Klurf kills... If Klurf finds the kill on that EBR, who knows? Like, honestly, who knows? I know that's like a bit of copium, but they would have some layer of crossfire of themselves with Liberty pinned in A4 like this. Yeah, it was a hard push. Ooh, Liberty gets spotted out. He will probably fall against Click. Yes, Click finds the kill. Rare mistake. But the cap getting started in return. Cashback, round number 1. Do not sweat dealing with this pressure.
No, and keep in mind, they had an EBR that wasn't really able to do what it was supposed to at the start of the game. So even with that problem, they're able to take the round rather comfortably. I mean, struggling to close it out a little bit because they keep getting reset in the cap. But I think now Twilight and Coyote are going to tuck themselves nicely in towards safe positions. Just wait for the inevitable arrival of Itox and Click to kill them and end the game here.
And the game is what they're going for. And for Cashback, Kihan, it was really clean though, even with Little not being there in the beginning. Like, they just take full map control. They really did not sweat. They did the one thing which is amazing for them, and they never got lured close. You know, there was no given point during this battle where they were like, let's close the distance. Let's be close to these TDs. No, they stayed far away. They controlled all the angles, left and right. They're like, meh, I don't want to go close in my mouse. You know, my mouse is sniper tank now.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, you could see what W were trying to achieve, right? They saw like, oh, double mouse, 705. All of them are in the east of the city. Well, let's just kill the rest of the tanks, and then we are playing against triple super heavy on Ghost Town, which is playable with mobile tanks and while having the outsides. It certainly is playable, but then, you know, Klurf missing the EBR and them taking a truck ton of damage crossing over towards the 277 and the Leopard 1. That is what, broke their backs here, really. And Cashback are going to take this round number 1, and in the post-battle results, it looks a little bit close because only 3 tanks survived. But yeah, in-game, they had a lot of HP left. And realistically, the tools that W had at the end there to work with were just never sufficient to make a comeback.
I like those TDs, but I think Cashback actually exploited it really well. Maybe if there was insta-cap pressure, it would have been an issue for Cashback because we've seen the struggle against BZs going into the cap straight. But like this, no. The pressure was not there quickly enough. They took too much of the map control. You have to learn from it. No, you can't stay like this.
Indeed.
We had them already.
They were peaking, so
Bleeding.
lots of HP for nothing, right?
And we have people like Keyhand.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I wasn't playing in this game, and someone like Siege Master also wasn't. But the fact remains, Cashback, after now 4 games in the OLS, still reigns undefeated. So absolutely stellar gameplay coming out from this mostly Ukrainian team. And this must be a kind of scary prospect now for W. Because you could clearly see there was a concept coming out from them. But the concept wasn't good enough.
No. They think this concept only works if you go straight into the cap. Like I said, like this, they just took all the angles left, right, and even with the EBR being super slow in this battle. If you looked at the minimap at one point, it was really dire. You know, K4 lost, A4 retained, and everybody else stuck in between all of it. It was very rough. I mean, I think they made the most optimal call almost by trying to push out 1-2, but it's the distance, Gihan, is so long.
Yeah. It was indeed too long, one might say. And the bleed was... I mean, the Mouses kind of looked like they were out of the fight, but they probably maneuvered in a way where they always had shots. And, like, I think a fact about the Mouse that we tend to forget is that the DPM, like, it's not crazy, but it's not terrible either. So...
Do you think W is ever going to ditch these TDs or just hard stuck in this meta? You know, where you were like, okay, maybe the TDs are not the best after all?
It remains to be seen. I think, you know, wait, what date is it? It is the 12th. When was the patch applied? On the, on the 4th or 3rd, I think. So
you know what dates
I think there is...
you did forget?
Okay, he's gonna hit me with that one again. Yeah,
what
happy belated
what a
birthday,
friendly.
Kills.
What a friendly. You know, it's my birthday on Sunday. Did he send me a message? No. Did he leave me a voicemail? No. Did he send me a gift? Of course not, dude. Makes millions upon millions from Christmas boxes, dude. Just him.
Just me, yeah. The 3 golden Lambos from last year only.
3?
You know?
Last year it was only 1.
I mean, 3 golden ones. We don't talk about the other colors, you know.
That's crazy. I always knew you had a colored Bugatti.
All right. Anyway, though. So, I mean, Cashback here in this first round, they didn't look crazy overwhelming, but I think they looked very much in control. And for W, it was kind of a weird thing, right? So
what is it? Being surrounded from every angle? Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Yeah.
Into the game, though, Key. EBR's back again for Cashback.
And it's standing there again. This time it's Aka, though.
They just replaced the mouse with a 277. The rest is the same. And for W, they have double batch at key hand now.
All right. W, they have a clear plan here as well. They are sending a lot of people through the 4 line. That is basically all of their TDs.
It's the great migration. On the plains of Ghost Town, you see the TD migration moving through.
And now you indeed see the double bat chat in its home turf, and they're starting to clip out onto Squeezy, who's on fire, and not in a good way, as you would say. Liberty and Iset trying to profit off of this, but this bat chat onslaught here just does continue, and the 277 just falls without really much in return. Yes, the bat chats take a bit of damage, but that is a very good opening. Click has to burn through his rep kit, but it should be available soon again. And through all of this, Cashback still have more HP though,
Whoa,
and
Darks?
Toxic against E3, that is not an engagement you would like.
Darks? What? Aka's AFK still.
Yeah, Akka is still AFK. That being said, though, the EBR not the most HP and actually not the most DPM. So right now, that is not the most important tank.
If they lose
He
against
keeps
6 players,
spotting.
dude. I mean, Gotcha Baby and Miko are just YOLOing through now. Miko needs to be careful. His HP is not very high. I said is going to fall in the Leo. They will pick him up rather quickly. But oh, by God, who knows what Itox and Turks were thinking in this battle. Pushing in that way is, I don't know, like, they could still lose this Kihan. They're in danger of losing a game where they were playing 7v5 almost.
Yeah, let's see here. Frugo, I mean, he doesn't have the ability. This means that Coyote should be able to pick it up with one shot here. And Cashback, they do have 9,000 HP, still 8k right now, as Click is coming in with the 2684.
So
But
lucky
yeah,
they
the
have bad shots. Coyote just getting deleted between the bad shots. But I don't know, Key. I'm a bit disappointed still.
Yeah, I mean, this was basically handed to them by, you know, the fact that the EBR is AFK here still. And I mean, props to them for, you know, focusing on the tanks that are actually in the battle. Now, finally, Miku does put the EBR out of his misery. But yeah, Barbarian here, trying to pad the stats a little bit, I guess. But yeah, I mean, how did W get close
because
to losing this?
Darks and I think Itox were on an adventure. A real adventure. Even Dora the Explorer wouldn't explore into those areas that they went.
No, that was a dark place, Simba.
They were in H4. They were in H4. Somebody on that team needs to start screaming, I feel. I don't know, or somebody is not screaming, or they're screaming too much. Because you kill a 277 for free. At that point, you have 0 reasons to YOLO. Like, you don't, there is none. You have 1 tank extra for free. You have double strike. You can wait for your bad shots to come close and then make a push.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, those double bat chats do net themselves a nice amount of damage. And here, got you, baby. Oh, wow. Keeps padding his DPG, 7.8. That is nothing to be scoffed at. I think so far that's the high score in the OLS. But yeah, we have to doubt what Tarksik was doing there.
I don't know. You tell me, Kian. You explain it to me.
I have no explanation. Because, like, yes, the Bliska wants to get up close and personal with the enemy tanks, right? Because of the alpha that it gets close up, but not against the frontal E3, preferably in facehug. So I am puzzled, bewildered, intrigued. Well, not so much intrigued, no, only puzzled. And
I'm
bewildered.
intrigued on how they almost lost against 5 players, dude. There's only 5 players in the battle because they relatively killed the 277 for free, and they were losing. They were losing, dude. And that's really scary. As Cashback only had very little and almost made everything work with how little they had.
All right, that is a very chaotic ghost town that's going well. It is over. It is gone. We are going to switch up the pace. We are headed over towards Murabanka, and that is once again a map that is going to raise some eyebrows, especially for those that have watched W on Tuesday. Because against Mafia, that is, because those were so chaotic games, and both of them ended up being W favored. Like, W took it 2-0, but it was close, it was scrappy, it was chaotic as well, and I think it left a lot to be desired even by the winning team of W.
But Muravanka was the one where they took 2 rounds, though.
Yeah, it was, but it was far from clean, is what I wanted to emphasize. And I mean, they had 2 days since then, and I mean, if you make a lot of mistakes and still end up winning, that's obviously, you know, better than losing. 1, and 2, it means that those mistakes that you just did, you will be able to recognize when you watch back your replays, and you will hopefully be able to fix them. 48 hours since the last match is not a lot of time to fix them, but
You know how many
it is
times you can
doable.
watch 2 replays in 48 hours, Gian, if you don't sleep?
Well, a lot of times, because yeah, it should be fixable. You know, I can fix it. I can fix my gameplay. Is what I keep telling myself.
Oh, that was funny. Sometimes you say these really funny things, Gian. Like, you cannot possibly believe that yourself, no? Have you strayed that far from the path?
You know, the weird thing is, most of the times when I think I'm really funny, the other people don't think so. And then there are those other situations.
The most important thing is, Gihan, whenever you say something, if it's a joke or whatever, if you think it's funny, that's one person. And that's really all that matters, right? If other people find what you say funny, that's a bonus.
True. And very wholesome. Thank you very much. But yeah, we gave a little bit of time after the second timeout there of one of the tanks to the players. But yeah, we should be starting soon in towards round number 3. And to be honest, like after what we just saw on Ghost Town, W did not look like, despite taking the round there, W did not look too good, in my opinion.
I don't know why 2 of them kept YOLOing. That is the crazy part. Like, that was really weird to me.
Yeah. I mean, maybe call, maybe miscommunication, but what you said earlier, I think it holds true. After getting the 277 for free, realistically, you never keep on pushing like that because you might be running into a trap. At least silver lining on the horizon, it speaks to them being fearless. Now, whether that's a positive or a negative thing is anyone's guess. But let's hop into round number 3. Cashback against W. Cashback once again looking to be up in the match, doing so with a so far subject to change a Rheinmetall double E5 1705A, the mouse, an IS7 and the 60TP.
W, on the other hand, Bat, AX, Blitzkowitz ×2, double 268v4, and an RHM. Again, this pushy lineup, Gihan.
Pushy lineup, and so W, they threatened to do the same thing that we saw on Tuesday, which is push the TDs on the cap and then, you know, just push off of the cap and kill people off of that. And for a Cashback, we see a lot of sturdy tanks, DPM in the mix with those E5s as well. That can be frontally very annoying to penetrate. Both sides bringing an RHM. And so far, those RHMs not really finding a whole lot here. Clurf, though, with the good spot on towards Twilight and Barbarian. And the informational tower getting taken by the V4 of Click that ends up getting spotted, but gets the point of information regardless, as Barbarian takes a big one to the face from the TDs driving onto the cap.
Barbarian taking some Darks, Flugo, and Itox now arriving. That seems like they actually want to take this fight. The X is coming now as well. Itox leading the charge in that 268v4, again going for this push down on HP. They need to be able to focus out the Barbarian. Can they do it? Flugo needs to nail the shot. He does. Important first kill. Itox continues the charge, gets tracked, gets held. Flugo will be shielding his inner track, but now W, is this again a little bit too much, Gihan? Are they going too far? They're starting to get crossfired again. Darks not having a good time either. I feel like they need to pull back, Gihan.
Indeed, it is like the Dwarves of Moria. Have they dug too deep? Have they dwelled too far? And yes, I do think they have found a little Balrog here. Are they able to fight their way out of that situation, though? They might be. They still have 7 tanks up and available, and they still have the Group Inspire by Gotchi, baby. That's going to keep their DPM up there. Click coming up, coming over, ramming Twilight down towards one shot. Miku there with the Batcher to clean it up. As he does little, the next one on the conveyor belt is going to get sent towards the processing into the garage, as well as Little is able to retaliate with a single kill, but Miku aiming, and it's going to be Frugo to pick up Little.
Yeah, now this overwhelming amount of guns just focusing out one by one of the Cashback players. Similar story to what we saw from Mafia, and able to use those TDs, use that HP that reduced damage to their advantage, find Barbarian and find Icehead as well in the 705A, and find match point even, Keyhand.
Match point indeed for W. That did look very shaky, but I guess the team logo, the team motto as well, as soon as they find an engagement, they do not stop pressing that key. A strike does go down there, I think, on towards Miku. Yes, that was the one from the RHM in the back lines, but indeed W have found an opening. It looked a little dicey at times, but the first round in this match where W look absolutely commanding, and Cashback are now, they will need 2 rounds in a row to, you know, stay on top of things here and stay on top of the league.
Well, it would be amazing for W if they could actually pick this one up, get themselves back into contention, and would be good for team morale, I guess, as well, and for the beliefs in themselves that, you know, they are capable of doing it. I'm just, you know, extremely sad for Gotcha Baby. This must be heartbreak, you know.
Well,
Top
he's
damage.
not letting that disturb his gameplay.
You know, you're gaming, but you're crying at the same time, Kian.
I mean, is he going to be crying? Who knows? But yeah, once again, Gotcha Baby in the Centax on Muro on top damage. So he's just very much able to make those Inspire mediums work for himself. But Baron there, only a singular shot of damage, the one to get focused out at the start by those assault TDs here, all of them with Juggernaut active. Those are such annoying targets to shoot, and even if you hit pen, you reward yourself with comparably little damage. So yeah, not the best of results for him, but I think it was honestly it was a W's thing here to take, and they did. They, you know, Cashback gave them, you know, a hand, and W just ended up taking the arm.
If it
with
was Liberty's hand, Gotcha Baby would grab that hand, his whole arm, his body across. Listen, if he was part of the Titanic, he would literally be Jack and Liberty would be Rose. He would put him on that door, Kihan. 100%. I could see it. No, but for W, it's crazy. Cashback seemed a little bit unaware of how W wants to play this map, because they played it exactly the same way on Tuesday, I would say, from what you remember. They played more a bit strike orientated then, with BZ, I think, on the strike and one more thing. But the same style, though.
Yeah, I think the base idea was the same, and it turns out like those triple TDs on the cap with Inspire medium behind to like pour additional DPM can be extremely dangerous. Like, because as soon as you commit your heavy tanks close, those triple TDs will peak. Your heavy tanks will not do a lot of damage because of the damage reduction, and in turn, those TDs, I mean, by default have high alpha, so it takes like 2 salvos of 3 TDs to take one of your heavy tanks out of the game, provided they do all pen their shots, which they did.
Now, can W bring it home, Kian?
Can W bring it home is the question. They have had so many opportunities in the past to bring home those matches, and I would say more often than not, they have struggled doing that. It would be really important for them to get this next round, just to be able to not start the league off with 2 losers. But sometimes it's not what you want, it's what you get. And what Cashback wants to give them is nothing, and what they want to take from them is everything. And they will try to avert the match point that W has with a mouse, a 277, triple E5. That's a lot of DPM together with the Force B and the Rheinmetall.
W.
Actually,
Yeah, this
double 277 only.
This switched. A W, BZ, Bat, Blitzkewitze, triple V4, and an RHM. Not surprising.
Not really, no. They do switch away from the Inspire medium. Got You Baby this time getting to play Batchat. And it is kind of a lineup that suggests, hey, we'll do the same thing we did last round. How does Cashback react to that is the question. So far, sending, I guess, Fosh B and 277 towards the forest. A lot of tanks there waiting for people from W to cross, but actually it's W who make it on towards Information and RT Strike. First as Click, though, in that middle, gets held. Good shot in towards Squeezy, though, with that BZ75. What a snap, as some would say. And now double TD in the cap for W, and there is no strike up and available for Cashback. At this moment, they're taking an Information tower only.
It looks like Klurf keeping his plane to reset the second strike. He uses this now, the plane, I think, on the 277. So he does get the spot. Can he get the reset as well? Might have to shoot HE. He does get the reset key, and that's very important. 15 seconds left. They're going to be forced close here. As I said, it will not be taking it in time. And now they realize, well, it's do or die for Cashback. 6 seconds left. Liberty is going to be the one to peak. He misses the HE. 4 seconds left. I don't think they're making it. Oh, finally, though, the reset from behind. I think the mouse saving it in the slight amount of time left. Now they're 1 second left again. The Strider actually making it. Resetting the same guy, Kihan. Finally, it is going to be the reset on towards Frugo. And now the fight erupts. So can Cashback hold on, or is he going to be W? Cashback seems to be doing really good damage, though. They have established some nice crossfire on towards these TDs.
Yeah, the TD is now having to back off, and Itox currently, Juggernaut not active, is taking a lot of damage. Got You Baby probably closer to the enemy than he wants to be, as Click getting focused out by Little now. The Batchat starting to engage against the Mouse. He's going to play a ring around the Rosie. He's going to start engaging against Little here. This is just skirmishes everywhere, but the first kill has gone Cashback's way, and their tanks are so healthy, Darky.
Their tanks are extremely healthy. I think W may have put a little bit too many eggs in the same basket. Kihan hoping for that cap to go through, sitting there for what seemed an eternity, but it was only 2 seconds before they would have capped. But then, though, Cashback got all the guns in position, and then the TDs on the cap are like, well, where do we go? We can't go anywhere. We're getting blasted into the next dimension, and Cashback hold on, hold strong in round number 2 on Murovanka.
Indeed, hold on, hold strong, keep their calm and keep their nerves. They're going to force a tiebreaker, and W, they are going to be unhappy. That was like 2 seconds off. It was 1 second off on the cap, then you need to go to 100 and an additional second to lock in that cap. So 2 seconds were what separated W from taking match victory here, at least in regular time. It is now going to be tiebreaker, but once again, it feels like the momentum is on Cashback's side, because 10.5k HP remaining. That's a lot of hit points that W would have needed to go through, but they never got the chance.
Could they have sat a little bit safer on the cap?
I mean, they ended up getting reset from
behind?
the back.
Yes.
Yeah. And the thing is also, I think Liberty had a pretty unfortunate non-reset with HE there.
Really? Like, that's crazy, because
connected.
I watched a video today, Kihan, on the Wargaming channel, and I think I watched like 3 videos and reacted some recording, and I recorded some React content to it. And in more than one of these videos, it was stated that HE always does damage, Kihan. So are you saying
hits the main armor of the tank? There are some caveats. However, in a limited amount of time of a video, it is sometimes difficult to convey.
Main armor? I'm pretty sure I've bounced mouses with HE hands hitting their main armor.
In the new HE mechanics, did you fire to suck?
No.
No?
HE doesn't always do damage, Kian.
Yeah, sometimes it can even ricochet, I think, in...
Can
like,
it?
What is it? 88, 89%?
Ricochet?
At least heat does sometimes.
Yeah, but HE and heat are very different ammo types, though.
That is true.
And heat is pretty hard to ricochet as well.
Extremely hard. But yeah, anyway. Noteworthy things of the last round. Barbarian redeeming himself, being top of the board for his team there. Gotcha Baby once again. Probably one eye crying and one eye laughing, top of the board for his team. Now, Ghost Town and Moravanka. Both of those have been played. Both of those have been split 1-1. Which means we are, for the third time of the day, going to overtime. Out of a possible 20 rounds today, Ducky, we are going to see 19.
That's good for me. It's good for me. It activates the bonus clause in my contract. If the stream goes past 19 rounds, I get paid double.
It seems like I didn't see the fine print of what I sent to you. But yeah, for the tiebreaker map, W has picked South.
Okay. I mean, must be some preference to play in the South, I guess. I don't really see any particular reason for it myself, so...
I mean, Pilsen... It's more... I think Pilsen is a map where the spawns don't matter as much as the initial engagements you take and the initial reactions to. If you take a light tank, if you generate info, what you do with that info. I think that's much more important than spawning north or south. Do you think we're going to see a fast cap play here from W?
Yes. You asked a yes or no question. You didn't ask me to elaborate.
Please do elaborate.
They seem to be very aggressive so far.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'll be here for 5 more minutes, then I had a good sleep.
All right. But yeah, I do, at least considering how W has been playing so far, I think that is very likely to happen. But obviously, Cashback has seen how W has played, and that was extremely aggressive, sometimes bordering on YOLOing. And even in a match, as a really good team, you can adjust to what your opponent is doing. Cashback, in my opinion, is one of those really great teams that can do that. But this is where the mind games start. W will be like, all right, we've done this like 3 or 4 out of the 4 rounds we've played. Maybe it's time to switch it up and surprise Cashback by switching up styles. Because I think both of those teams are very capable of playing aggressive, but also very capable of sometimes, you know, taking a slower approach just to let the opponent do their mistakes. And let the opponent make mistakes they must, because it is the tiebreaker. It is going to be the last round of the day. And W and Cashback are fighting for 3 points in the OLS to finish off the second day of it. Cashback coming in, double mouse, STB of all tanks, never mind. That's going to get switched. That's going to make the lineup easier. Quadruple 2684 and a Fushby.
W. W3, RHM, double 2684, Bliskavice, and a Centurion AX. Now, take that back. Triple 2684. What did they switch away for this?
I think a heavy or a medium, because they don't have any of those save for the Senti AX anymore.
Well, let's see. Clueless plane is very important.
Let's see. He does put the plane. How many does he get? All right. So he is missing the information on the Foch B and the V4. He does crucially get the mouses and triple V4 as well. So W, because none of their tanks get spotted, they probably know that Cashback is playing something very aggressive, very in your face.
Cashback is actually the one going straight for the cap. Miku going towards the ID strike, ideal for the side of W. Clueless already going for the strike as well, and they have 1v4 taking the info point. As long as they react quickly here, they could be fine, but they have to be very quick, Johan, because these E3s may have the ability, but they're going to get surrounded in about 15 seconds from now.
And look at the one mouse of Cashback. Twilight there already taking 2.8k No real retaliation coming out. And yes, Cap has been touched by the team of Cashback, but currently it's not a big issue. And now the March of the Elephants starting. I said Liberty and Squeezy. Those three 2684s starting to engage against Toxic, but that ducky is a hold down E3.
Hold on E3, but I think the real goal here for the side of Cashback is to find some angles on towards Miku, on towards Click. But Click seems to be in a really dominant hold on position there. You can see him in the middle of your screen behind the doors on the left in some pretty strong hold on, and Cashback now starting to drop in that HP. They're a little bit surrounded, and the light tank of Klorf even retaking through the south together with the EX will put Iceland in a situation where he doesn't want to be. But here comes Little though in the first B. He's going for Click in that E3. They want to find him. I told you that he was going to be the target at some point, and he does seem like now they've decided to pull the trigger on him. But can they actually blow him up? Little is clipping somewhere else. He's actually clipping Frugo. He's actually killing Frugo as well. And Cashback, who seem to be surrounded, are now all of a sudden making this work. Miku does find Iceland, but Click is deleted and Miku is surrounded. That is not what we wanted to see from the team captain of W, to die in that situation.
Yeah, now, however, Barbarian getting picked up, equalizing the number of guns. Once again, this means W is ahead in the HP department, and they have these E3s here that have a lot of HP and also a lot of DPM. Come to think of it, Miku now, he has the one shot beside him. Twilight getting picked up by Itox, throws in a shell from downtown. Coyote, all of a sudden, a possible two-shot for those E3s here, drops down towards 427. Squeezy with the bounce coming out, and Itox is saying, yo bro, I got you, as he shuts down Coyote. W seem to be doing here in round number 5.
They call me the prediction master, Kihan, as W is cleaning up. Seemed to get a little bit close there, but well and truly ahead. Little finds got you baby, but he is going to be the last one standing. And in the last matchup of the day, W will be taking their first win in the Onslaught Legends Series, as they will be taking a 3-2 victory over Cashback. And Kihan, I hope you have your wallet ready, because you know what that means.
Yeah, that's going to be a bundle for you, I guess. Congratulations for good predictions, but holy moly, what a day. What a day. 4 matches, 3 of them tiebreakers. We just saw W beating Cashback, and I have to say, every single match today was an absolute banger to watch. Like, and what this means for the season as well, right? First of all, we're soon going to see the damage numbers that are, yeah, those are going to be interesting. What's going to be even more interesting, though, are going to be the standings after one day, particularly in the top half of the board. So first of all, Barbarian, I guess, bouncing up and down the scoreboard in the damage, this time ending up on the bottom again. But I think opening-wise here, the strats, or strat for strat, W had a super good counter to what Cashback was doing, because Cashback was doing that triple cap strategy, and the opening that W was playing immediately netted them information tower plus double RT strike.
I feel like this hesitation in the south may have costed them a little bit. Maybe if they all went with Iceland and pulled up into the middle, deleted Click, for example, they had something to play from. Not sure. They were kind of committed to making an aggressive play. Maybe if they could have gotten the E3 out, the Mouses would have been more useful as well, because they'd be able to shoot the tanks over peaking from the side of W. Who knows? But in this way, W really needed this win. It's really good for them. They get the points after crushing the field against Mafia, and just comes to show these teams are capable of beating each other on any given day, which is good for us, because it's going to keep things interesting until the very end.
The very end of not only phase 1, where we're going to shape off 2 teams, but only also for the big old grand stream that we have planned for October 13th, which is going to be the finale of the OLS, so mark that one down in your calendars already. But also the finale for the OLF, which is the North American part of it all. Here, once again, you can see the play days. This one on the 12th of September, which is today in most time zones, I think, right now, has just concluded. And my God, what a day it was. We'll be continuing next Tuesday again, so on the 17th. As you can see, basically every Tuesday and Thursday is our schedule, and starting on Sunday the 29th, we are going to be adding Sunday streams as well. Those Sunday streams will have NA matches as well. So if you are curious what's happening over there with the friends across the pond, then definitely don't forget to tune in there as well. But yeah, I think currently the production staff is working hard on updating the leaderboard table. This means we can once again take a look at the token earnings, because obviously every single day, every single stream in the OLS is going to have drops, mostly tokens, which are going to enable you to buy a lot of awesome things in the token store. And then Sunday the 13th, I am going to spoiler it right now, we have very awesome mystery drops planned as well.
Is that really a spoiler though?
All right, maybe mini spoiler.
Mini spoiler.
Oh, maximum spoiler here right now. Storm, EU first seed for China, is going to be tied on top together with Salyanka for now.
Let's remind everybody it's around Robin, right? Gihans, everybody plays everybody. And that Storm arguably had their weakest opponents first.
That is true.
I mean, I think there's a silver lining there, right? They played Clueless and Conquest.
Yeah, and I mean, both of those are at the bottom of the scoreboard for a reason, although both of them have shown promise today.
True.
That must be said as well. Both of them going to tiebreaker today against their opponent, which opponents of Storm and Salyanka, which were arguably a lot or very favored in the case of Storm and somewhat favored in the case of Salyanka. And then in the middle, right now, I think it's a bloodbath, to be honest. Cashback, W, hit and run, Mafia, like, yeah, some round differences, etc. But all of them on 3 points. It's an absolute bloodbath there.
Yeah, and that's not actually that good for Clueless and that's good for Clueless and Conquest, that everybody's staying within range, right? One win and they're just back. So for them, the more this happens, the better. But they need to, for them, they need to win soon, really soon.
Soon, TM is not enough, indeed. All right, this is though going to conclude a crazy day number 2 of the OLS. Thank you all. And for those of you who haven't been able to claim the drops, those are 4 OLS tokens for today yet. After the stream, we are going to be raiding this beautiful man right beside me. You'll be able to finish claiming those drops there, maybe even have a little bit of after stream chat in his chat. Thank you very much for being with me. Thank you everyone for watching. Also to the people behind the camera, thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening. See you on Tuesday.